Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the PlayStation Tournament's Apex Legends Masters Circuit. It is Slay Day 1, and boy, do we have a great lineup of games heading towards your action, your screen today. My name is Rain Day, and I'll be your host alongside one of the most illustrious and accomplished streamers and gamers in the Apex Legends scene, one of the top female gamers in the Apex Legends scene, climbing those charts, and as well, one of the best predators and casters that I've ever worked with, my good friend Girl. Girl, how are you feeling? So glad to have you on the broadcast today.
Thank you, Rain Day. It's so exciting to be here. I'm actually excited and surprised that I'm actually Apex Predator this season as well, because it's the hardest season, I feel like, up to date. But yes, we're going to be casting Apex Legends for PlayStation today. That's exciting in itself. I saw what maps the players preferred, and it's World's Edge, but we're going to be having Stormpoint today, so it's going to be exciting to see how they're comfortable on Stormpoint. It has been the ranked season thus far, so they have had lots of time to practice.
Well, it's all going to be exciting, I'll tell you that, and this will be some firsts in a lot of categories. But before we get to that, let's talk a little bit about what you can expect watching from home today. In terms of the format for the show, it is going to be our standard trios competitive format. I know we've got a lot of better modes in Apex Legends. Bring back control. Let's start the hashtag in the chat right now. But for today, we're sticking with what is tried and true. 20 teams, 6 games. And those 6 games, like you mentioned, will all be played on Stormpoint. So that'll add a whole new element to something that we see and kind of don't see the entirety of a tournament working out on that huge new map in competitive. So a lot of exciting additions for that one. But Girl, of course, if you're going to do well in this format, you're going to have to get points. And why don't we break down for those watching at home what that point system looks like and how you can succeed.
All right, so for first place, you get 12 points, and that's excluding the points that you get for each elimination, which is 1 point for each kill. And then for second place, you get 9 points. Third place, you get 7 points. Fourth place, you get 5 points. Fifth place, you get 4 points, and so on. For a squad wipe, you're going to get 3 points, which is 3 kills, but for 6th and 7th, you also get 3 points as well. So you can get points without managing to get any kills, or you could rack up a lot of kills and get points that way. There's a couple different ways you can do it, but the best way is to go for first and get a few kills that way, and then you may find yourself at the top of the leaderboard.
Hey, if you win the game, you're going to probably have to take somebody down in order to do it, so you'll get some kills alongside with those points. Tends to work out for most of our players and teams we've seen in competitive. But today's prizing is the reason you want those points, because there's money on the line. $600 for first. Not a bad day at the office. Second takes $300. Third and fourth take $150. But more importantly for a lot of these players and their stories over the course of these next few weeks is they get a spot in our seasonal grand final. That means that they qualify within the top 10 today. We'll be seeing them later on in most likely July to compete for a bigger prize pool with bigger stakes, which is a very exciting thing for these players to be fighting for. So it's not just about getting first, but you definitely do want to get into the top 10. And yes, there are more than 10 teams, you would think, vying for this opportunity. We will have a chance to take a look at them either now before we get into game or when we get into game, so do not worry about that one. We'll be seeing them very shortly as game 1 is about to start. We've got a great lineup of games to play and compete in as well in our PlayStation Tournaments ecosystem. And that's where you can find all that information on compete.playstation.com. The FGC Arcade Summer Monthly Series is going on, where you have Tekken, you've got Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter V, many of your favorites there, and of course these PlayStation Apex Legends tournaments. So you could pick your dalliance, so to speak, but make sure you go ahead to compete.playstation.com to see whether you want to compete or whether you just want to know when they're happening so you can watch and enjoy as well. All right, Girl, we've got this set up. We've got this kicked off. Game 1 is about to begin. And there's kind of a special newness about what we've experienced in competitive before and what we'll experience today, which is an all PlayStation, all controller lobby, which is unique to really almost anything that's come before.
I used to play on PlayStation all the time, so I've been in those all controller lobbies, and they're super fun. So I'm really excited to see what the folks have to show us today here in our competitive Apex. Although I played Call of Duty on PlayStation before, so it's going to be really nice to see the only controller players playing Apex Legends here today. And if you're watching right now and you haven't been able to qualify or make it for the tournament today, we've got more weeks coming. So there's always qualifiers. Make sure you go to the link that Rain Day mentioned earlier and sign up for our next tournament.
Yes, this is one of 4 Slay Days that we will have before we qualify for our grand final. So great point there, girl. And kind of harping back to the idea of Call of Duty and the level of difficulty between playing Call of Duty mechanically. No shade on what those players do at high levels, because it's amazing. But you're talking about a whole new level of verticality and abilities that Apex Legends asks players to do on controller. And we typically don't see everyone pick up the mantle of playing on controller in a competitive scene like in the ALGS, where you have maybe one player on a team playing controller. Talk to me a little bit about the challenge, but also kind of the exciting things we might be seeing today because of this distinction with this tournament.
Absolutely. So I've gotten the chance to play with the PlayStation controller, but on PC, and the challenges are if you reload on the door might open. You're not going to be able to loot boxes as fast as mouse and keyboard players have. So like they're going to have to deal with those like small difficulties themselves, but their aim is going to be on game today. I'm certain that we're going to see a lot of one clips potentially in our tournament today. So they have to be really aware of their positioning, make sure they're not caught out in the open, because once a player has line of sight on them, they're most likely going to be dead. So playing movement characters might be also beneficial here today.
The classic argument of aim assist versus mouse and keyboard, what's the real advantage? It's kind of an interesting one that we'll probably tap into today, but I almost think it's just null and void because everyone is on the same exact input. So you can't really complain about somebody having something you don't have, especially as you lose a 1v1. You can really only blame it maybe on positioning, maybe on timing, maybe on skill. Some of those factors will be shouting out for you as we get into our first game here on Storm Point, the newest competitive map in Apex Legends. It's not so new anymore. We've seen it across tons of tournaments in the playoffs and in the prior seasons, but heading into the ultimate kind of summary of Apex Legends in a year, as a year in July, we get to see more and more of what this map can do. And, girl, I'm just excited. Any thoughts on Storm Point and its introduction to Apex? I haven't been able to really chat about that with you, but how have you liked adding this map into the competitive rotation?
Personally, in the beginning, I wasn't the biggest fan of Storm Point because I felt like it didn't have enough POIs, which is point of interest. But now that they've added some armories on the map and a new POI, the Down Beast, I feel like it's a lot better. It offers a lot more to teams that are searching for good loot or good positions on the map. So I really like the fact that that's in the game. And I also really like how big this map is. It gives players the opportunity to grab their loot and then figure out all of the different rotations with the gravity cannons, the Valkyrie. Yeah, I honestly really love how different this map is.
So it became almost antagonizing point that there was too much space, not enough POIs, but now with a little bit of the adjustments, it's kind of started to grow on you, I'm hearing.
Oh, I really love this map. I mean, it's the map that I got ranked 36 on in the previous split, so I really played this map a lot. Yeah, so I might be a little bit biased. I might be a little bit biased for liking this map, but it truly is a wonderful map for ranked or competitive in particular. Now, when we're speaking about pubs, it might be a little bit less enjoyable because it's going to be harder to find those enemies, whereas in ranked it's like, oh my god, nobody's on us, nobody's third-partying us, this is great. So, you know, it has its advantages and disadvantages for its purpose, but it's a very beautifully designed map, I would say. I think the only downside to it is how high these mountains or hills are. Like going up, you can't fly kind of the north side, but you can fly all the way down to the south side. So it's interesting, especially for these teams to choose their POI, their point of interest and where they want to land. This is a very nice landing spot that they've got here.
Yes, indeed. A lot of these teams have choices aplenty. This map and this lobby will, however, if you've noticed, be featuring a few less teams than our usual lobby for today, specifically in EU. Don't expect to see that in North America as well. But for now, it's going to create a pretty safe landscape for the looting to happen. And you talked about a map that's already pretty big. Well, you know, when you have a little bit less competition in front of you to compete or 50-50, then that is going to give you all the opportunities to rotate. But it doesn't mean that that final circle isn't going to be just as crowded and as hectic as usual, because, of course, we saw it rotating down towards our southwestern side, a little above Cenote Cave and Barometer. And that will be a circle that I'm sure you're familiar with, girl, and that, you know, offers a lot of opportunities to attack it in certain ways.
It definitely will be, and I don't know if you spotted, but we've already got ourselves a Mad Maggie in this tournament, and that's really super exciting to see for the end zone. Yeah, she's got the white armor, but hopefully she can find some better armor as the game progresses. Since there's a little bit less squads, there's going to be more time to loot, and they won't be stressing too much on getting to the end zone. Now, these are the armories. I really love them because if you go to them early game or even mid game to late game, they offer such good loot.
And that is kind of the interesting part about the Apex Legends competitive design, right? There's almost this living element of the game and of the competitive interactions. I kind of almost joked about the fact that when we saw the introduction in Season 13 of a monster coming out of the ocean, like, you know, TSM on the you know, brink of winning the championship, and oh, they got killed by a monster from the sea, and oh, that's too bad. Well, you know, that's the way it goes sometimes. And I think that's the kind of the humor, but also a little bit of the reality. There's a lot of active, real pieces of this map that's almost alive, to say, girl, that whether it's dealing with the you know, the runners, the spiders, there's a lot to pay attention to because it is a pretty dangerous map, although it seems pretty calm for the most part.
Yeah, there was actually this one time where we were rotating, or we even got into a fight, and I was trying to run away, and this prowler in the middle of the map bounced, just yeeted itself and jumped right onto me and killed me. It was the last hit. It was really funny, but it really sucked because it was ranked. So to die to a prowler was a little bit embarrassing, but it made for a good laugh and a good memory, good moment.
That's what Apex is filled with. That's why we love highlighting it here in competitive and casting as well. And of course, this Master Circuit, great opportunity for us to showcase what's going on with PlayStation tournaments. And of course, our stars to be here. We've got Scoobs. Again, no action going on, just looting up. Purple and 2 blues. Strong start for them as well, and just getting their primary loadouts going on here. A little bit of action between TXC. Goes up and goes down. Defensive bombardment thrown out as well, and Finn just holding the angles with the Havoc. Nice reload there, and on the turbocharger takes a little bit of damage, but you can tell TTV Raymond is in trouble. Sarah's gonna have to push forward. She does, takes down Fluffy, and now there's gonna be having a little bit of an interaction between Finn. He realizes, I don't have enough for this, and suddenly TXC on the back foot there. Finn having to retreat, and now Raymond and Sarah having to do it all, or at least buy some time for Finn to recover.
Yeah, right now they're in a 3v2 situation unless they got the revive off, which I don't believe it looks like they did yet. So Raymond's going to push on. And oh, yeah, they even got the thirst. So it is a strict 3v2 unless they can get out and get that revive. But it looks like they're going to be fighting here. Torby taking some damage immediately, and Irby just doesn't know which way to look. They grab the banner. Can they get out is the question. The Spitfire is going crazy here as he gets the crack, but Torby's getting a little bit too low. Torby's actually going to try and skyward dive out of here. Will anybody be able to shoot? Oh, no. That is it for them. They are out of here. Raymond, Sarah, and Finn eliminate our first squad today here in the Slay Day.
What a fight as well. A lot of high ground, low ground rotation. You can almost see that there was just trouble from the beginning from the team holding inside, and on the side of Irby as well, just a day late and a dollar short, trying to figure out where people are shooting from. But that was kind of the position that this squad puts you in, with TXC running a Valkyrie, a Wraith, and a Horizon. I mean, that's a ton of height and movement and escape potential that they've all got at the drop of a hat.
Yeah, you really saw how Finn kind of utilized the phase there. Took a lot of damage, but was able to escape and reset and then push, which was really important because if Finn did end up going down, that just puts them at a 2v2, and then it's anyone's game. They lose the advantageous position that they were in. But yeah, with the Horizon, it's a really tough spot to fight there on the eggshell, but they managed to make it happen. Horizon is really good on this map. Create some good angles to shoot people from.
Verticality and distance, something that on a map that's bigger is going to play more of an impact and role in your team fights, especially if you know what you're doing. Certainly the case for TXC. We'll follow along with them as we also check into Baguette, ESL, and rocking the only crypto we've seen so far, Pereterenez, finding his way, Pereterenez, finding his way up to give them a little bit of cover. That crypto drone getting some updates and some range updates, also some angle updates, meaning it's going to be able to see at a wider berth of action and ping players at a basically easier from longer distance. And so he'll have more vision with that regard. And of course the EMP, which has made him so deadly against a Gibraltar squad planning around that dome shield. One ultimate and it's gone.
So they were the first team to get the scan, and they're going to be able to rotate here to end zone. They're pinging where they want to go, and I believe it's the little, I call it the Dragon Ball, people call it the Ag. It's the circular building on the map. It's one of the only ones. Oh, they do want to play Tunnel, perhaps? They don't want to play the circular building, maybe because they don't have a Caustic or a Watson to be able to hold it down. We'll see as they rotate on through. But they are the first team to rotate towards the end zone. Crypto can scan those banners right above to see if there are any teams nearby to make sure that the team is safe while they rotate. So Crypto is just such a great character overall.
He's an interesting one too, because not everyone agrees that he belongs in the competitive circuit. I think they understand that he can be valuable. Not everyone thinks that that value is worth some of these other legends being so clearly good. I think even for one instance, you look at the introduction of Ashe. A lot of the Gibraltar Valkyrie, which people thought was standard, you know, got introduced when Stormpoint was early with a little bit more of a mobile character like an Ashe instead of the Wraith, which usually accompanied that. But things have changed. As the meta has kind of gotten more solidified, we've seen Crypto come in over the course of the last few months, especially at playoffs, and see the impact that a very good Crypto can have, especially from our APAC North teams who are bringing in a lot of crypto play from that region. So definitely an opportunity to see different legends on display here. Speaking of, though, I didn't expect to see a Mirage on Scoobs and Color Buckets, so we will have to pay attention to that. That is a first in many aspects of Apex Legends competitive.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting to see, and we'll see how it turns out for their team. But I do want to touch a little bit more on Crypto.
Yeah.
You could see that when Crypto is a beacon character, right? And when Apex was first introduced, people did rotate to end zone quite fast, and you could kind of see the same, you know, routine with Crypto. They just replaced Pathfinder with Crypto, and they were the first team to rotate fast. So they kind of solidified their play style. Hey, we want to play for end zone, we want to fight in end zone, and that's kind of how we want to play. Whereas there are other teams with different comps that are choosing to take different positions. So it is really nice to see that. We had got Color Bucket, Fabian on Mirage. I wonder how long that they've been playing Mirage. Maybe a long time. You know, some people pick their legends when they first start the game or open the game, and they like to stick to that, get their stats up. But oh my goodness, look, what do we have here? Do we have a team ratting on the rocks?
TTV around the corner, or at least a lot of TTVs there hanging out. You've got Destroyer and I'm FaZe, APHD kind of heading in. And you know what? TXC may not know what is to their left. You think Finn senses something. He sees it now, and he's just going to run away. He spotted it. It was close, but not quite. And now that's actually worked worse for FaZe. They're going to try to use the black hole just to buy a little bit of time. And then the Octane jump pad to get out, but they lose phase. In the air, Destroyer, it looks like he's one tap away. Can they find him? He's going to get into the building, but ADHD has been separated. And now it's Raymond time to push here. And so they're going to get the cleanup onto Unphase, and that was a problem. A snipe, or at least a silent but deadly attack, turned deadly to those who had been silent. And that was TXC taking full advantage of some nice shout-outs from Finn and a good coordinated counterattack.
Yeah, ultimately, ratting can be a double-edged sword, as you just saw there. Oh no, Destroyer actually ended up getting chased down and going down right here to Raymond. Raymond's got some great game sense here and takes down another one. So that gives them 2 kills, 2 more kills this game. And then we've got ADHD 69 just ratting away on their lonesome. But this isn't too bad of a red spot. It's fairly center circle. But as we've seen before, we do have some Bloodhounds, some Cryptos, so they may end up getting spotted later on. But it might work out for the time being. But since we have 5 squads left, I don't know how many placements ADHD can really get from here.
Well, you know, it starts to be a only choice factor, right? When you burn your ships, which is a great phrase I think a lot of teams sometimes don't take into account, you at least have an opportunity to have something go that way. May not be a gamble that's in your favor, but definitely something that they're taking a chance on. We'll see if it works out, kind of hiding and hoping that other teams do the work for you. Right now, AXFF team with Thick John, Dave, and Biohazard, now with the R301 in hand, are applying the pressure, and that's forced team out from in front of them to take some different angles. And that will be fine for Thick John and the squad. They will hold this building for now because they realize there is a team across the way, Perry Terens, that is firing back at them. So 2 teams now, still 5 squads left. We're in round 3 here. Uh-oh, ADHD, they've been found. And that's Raymond finally cleaning it up. So he went and found every single member of that team, one by one. Talk about game sense. You're right, girl. Raymond really showing his stuff here.
Yeah, and it was really smart of TXC to move from the position that they were in because they realized, hey, there's 2 teams around us. If we fight right now, even if we win this fight, we will immediately get third party. So going for the rat that was left alive was the smart move to get themselves into a better position, not only, but to prevent themselves from getting third parties. So really good game sense, and they've taken, you know, the egg, the circular building, I call it the Dragon Ball. And I believe that they're in a really good spot to potentially win this game out.
Are there 7 of them, though, girl?
Actually, I haven't counted on the map. It would actually be really funny if there were. That's really interesting. I'm going to have to check later on.
Somebody let us know. There may be a nice little Easter egg that the developers put in there. I know we got some anime fans all around the gaming industry, so I would not be surprised. Back at ESL on the push. Taylor sliding up and down. Finds a beautiful angle here. This is going to be disaster for the Gibraltar. Can't quite get the knock, and the dome shield comes out. Taylor, though, does more than enough. But what does this mean for the team approaching? Predator ends. He's going to find the crypto EMP, and so that's going to diminish any shields they've been able to recover, destroy the dome shield as well, but they don't have the angle again. And so now someone's going to have to do the work. Sarah, Sutcliffe, TV, realizes all the fighting going around, but they can just sit there in that Dragon Ball, so to speak, and hang on. While Baguette ESL still under pressure, and Terens is going down.
Oh no, we've already used EMP. Para is down. Odd won't be able to make it either. This is all up to Taylor left to clutch this one out, but I think Taylor's going to opt to skyward dive out of here and go for position because they weren't not able to push off of all the damage that they've done. And unfortunately, as a crypto, it's kind of hard to go in first. If you're full committing, your team has to full commit with you. So it may not have been ideal for Taylor to still be on those windows outside if their crypto was going inside the building. So unfortunately, hopefully they can tidy that up for the next game. But we are still playing for placements here. As you remember, placements do equal points. So the higher the placement, especially here in the top 4, you're going to rack up a lot of points.
It's tough on the side of Taylor, right? Because he does so much damage and he sets up so much. And then to have nobody follow up on that, you can imagine the yell, hey, go in, go in. But it might not have been the right timing. And sometimes you have to let that go. You have to do that damage, realize you've exhausted their resources, you are in a power position, and not go too aggressive because you might give up the advantage you have already created for yourself and your squad. That's something Taylor will obviously be going back to the drawing board with, as you mentioned. Right now, though, not a bad position to rat from as well, because most teams aren't going to rotate through him at this point in time. AXFF team staring straight at the Dragon Ball. They've got Taylor to their right. Raymond and squad staying inside. So the onus is on those trying to move in. There's a care package as well. Do you risk this?
No way.
Probably
maybe
not.
With a Wraith. Maybe with a Wraith.
You could Wraith it. You could get over there and maybe, oh, you know, it's interesting. You can see that Mad Maggie in work, girl. I mean, Mad Maggie, she can kind of apply a little more pressure than some other legends in this unique position where everyone's behind closed doors.
Yeah, absolutely. She is going to be able to get some kind of angles to melt them a little bit, but it's all about kind of pushing that building, right? Maybe if you push the building, you can throw your ultimate in there and the ball bounces around and does some damage. I think that's where it's really going to come in handy, but for now, she could maybe try and get the red armor from this distance. See, look, and nobody is risking that care package. It could be it could be game-changing with the massive changes this season. It's such an OP weapon, in my opinion.
It could be a Kraber as well. We all know what that does. But no one's going for it. 4 squads left. Round 5 here. It's an old Western standoff. And these teams know what they're fighting for. It's day 1. There's first place on the line. There's points. There's a spot in our grand finals. Stakes are high. But no one wanting to make a move quite yet. You don't really blame them either. The circle will definitely force them to move in a moment. But that's an early dome shield. And that actually is going to maybe signal that this could be a team we might want to get aggressive on if there's a chance. I'm not sure the team, though, that could make the biggest move is going to do that because they're sitting pretty in that building. So there may not be a reason. But you can see already moves being made by Headshot Dundee and his squad as they're rotating around the bridge.
And here we have Scoobs, Headshot Dundee moving towards the bridge, and the solo is right behind them. So if they do get a scan behind them, they may be able to find that solo, secure themselves a kill point, but also secure themselves some more placement points. So Taylor is right behind them. They're going to end up playing this bridge. We see a little bit of action, but no one's willing to commit just yet. It's because if you're the first person to commit, you're gonna get third partied and you're gonna lose the win. So I think we're gonna see this come down to the wire, the last second. And what do you think has the most favorable position here?
Oof. To me, I kind of like, to be honest, I kind of like where Last Dave and Biohazard are. The only reason is that Taylor is in behind. Well, it could have gone either way. I was making a gamble. Taylor was going to mess with them and Scoobs as they tried to push in. Looks like Taylor is just taken to the sky. So now maybe Scoobs might have the better position since they don't have to deal with that third-party individual. I always think inside the building's the toughest spot to hold because everybody wants it and everyone's looking at you. So you got to fend off 2, 3 teams possibly, and that's exactly what seems to be happening. But Taylor's found a nice little spot to just hide and buy some time. Scoobs out here sending a little bit of their Mirage to run around, seeing if they can buy some time or a few bullets. And still eyes onto the top of the Dragon Ball, which is where Taylor is sitting still. 4 squads left. Another ring close. No one forced to move yet, girl. It is still a stalemate between these teams, and Taylor has found an even better position to hide.
Absolutely, and I honestly am on your boat when it comes to the best position. I think AXFF do have the better position. Just because it looks like they're closest to the end zone. Taylor, not getting bamboozled today.
Almost. It almost happened. And that's what Mirage can do. It can make you just second guess yourself. And that split second, I mean, when you're talking about controller players, you're talking about high-level controller players. That split second is enough for half of your health to be gone like that. So Taylor wise. I'm actually more concerned with the fact that Taylor was getting a little too involved in those firefights. Felt like, maybe take a little bit less time than you need. But also Taylor could be saying, let me just exhaust this team's resources. Let me thirst them as much as I can, grief them as much as possible, because when they come in, that's a team that might fall that I've contributed to. That's another placement point for me. And so I think Taylor may be making an executive decision to say, I'm going to be aggressive versus passive and let my moves impact the game versus letting the game happen to me. But now it's round 6. The circle is closing. Somebody's going to have to make a move here, girl. There's no other chance.
No, there is not, and we have a bombardment going down. They do not have a Watson. They do not have a Gibby. They're tanking so much damage. Stefan, I think, almost going down to 1 HP. And Taylor making his move, jumping down. We might see a thirst here potential. We get a knock. We're going to fly back up, and that's the advantages of Valkyrie. You could be up top in 1 second, down below in another, and there's the knock. But I don't know if they're going to be able to secure the kill. Taylor's doing so much damage, so much impact as a solo rat.
What is Taylor doing? He gets 1 knock, gets another, and now he's still flying in the sky, and these 2 teams are fighting each other. Taylor goes down. That was Last Day picking it up, and it's AXFF team fighting through space in the gravity lift to find the answer when they fall down below. Biohazard doing so much juking and dancing in and out of trouble, but the Volt is in hand, and you know that it's always trouble when you're fighting against that, but TXC wins the duel, and Raymond, Sarah, and Finn will stay alive to win game 1.
Wow, what a game. I really liked Bio's armor slot there. It was really fast and was able to make it back in the zone, but we ended up losing the 1v1, and that's TXCF. They ultimately had the best position, even though I thought they may not have, especially with the rat on top of them, but hey, got them the win.
Exactly. It gets the win. It gets it done. There's no reason to try to, get too analytical about something that worked well for you. And so they're going to take that very, very happily towards game 2. And I think a lot of these other teams are going to look at what could we have done to make this our game. And I think that's where game 1 nerves, passivity comes through. Everyone doesn't want to make the first move. Nobody wants to take the game to the other teams. And you see, okay, well, now I think I look back at that on the 2nd and 3rd place finishing squad girl, and I go, we might needed to have been more aggressive there. But it was really TXC from the beginning that kind of started off with the highlights. They were taking fights, they were approaching other teams, and they were winning their duels.
Yeah, they ended up playing actually on both Dragon Balls. Hey, they got their first squad wipe on this one, and then they got, the finale, the ending on the other one. They started off aggressive, and they started off confident. I feel like they play like they've got nothing to lose. I don't believe they even came in here with nerves. I feel like they came in with confidence from the get-go, which is really important in tournaments like these where there is so much on the line.
Sarah Sutcliffe on the Valkyrie, Finn on the Wraith, and of course Raymond on the Horizon. Those black holes, those gravity lifts playing big impacts in our final circles. And not to mention a little bit of crispy aim right there, taking down Destroyer. After this would find ADHD as well, finishing off the squad, getting 3 kills to his name. And so this is definitely something that the team was intent on, pushing the envelope. They certainly did. I'm in the top 4. But it wouldn't be the story from that moment on. It would be Taylor, who would kind of steal the show, find an early down, an extra KP, an extra placement point. Definitely did his lion's share of the work for his team after being the only member alive in this final circle.
Yeah, at one point Taylor was the only one with red armor, and it goes to show, being aggressive does do a good job, but hey, if you're a little too aggressive, you're gonna lose your teammates. But you can tell how much experience Taylor has playing Apex Legends, peeking through all of the windows there in the beginning, and here we have the finale. Okay, from TXC's position, hey, the Hipfire Havoc has been known to be one of the strongest guns this season too.
It's also interesting when you see that wide view. We're so hectic, from our Valkyrie's point of view, going in and out, trying to grab the Volt and armor swap. But Finn was just sitting there with the Havoc, shooting a 2v1 or a 3v1 at that point. It was not very fair of a fight, I would say. But that just goes to show how good TXC were to start this day off. I'm sure we've got some standings coming up for you. We're going to work on those in a minute to see how this game transpired, because that's what we really want to make sure we let you guys know. I know you're waiting for it. But as you are waiting, and we're all kind of waiting to see how that works out, make sure to go to compete.playstation.com to check out more about these tournaments, to either sign up yourselves or to watch things that we've got going on. I mentioned the FGC Arcade Summer Series. We've got more of these Slay Days coming up. All of that information for PlayStation Tournaments competitive action is on compete.playstation.com. So make sure to check out the website to see everything happening in that world. Of course, girl, thoughts on a little bit of this this first game? The pace was a little slower. Do we think we're going to pick it up in game 2? Do you think some teams are going to say we need to be a little bit more aggressive and assertive to start this one out?
Naturally, after teams have maybe not the best game that they would have thought, when you're behind on points, naturally you're going to try and be a little bit more aggressive and try and catch up on those points. Or you're going to try and find the best position, the best end zone position to finish this off. We might even see some legend changes as well. It's like, hey, was the Mirage worth playing? I'm not saying it wasn't, but I'm saying,
great point.
If you're going to play Mirage, maybe fight a little bit earlier. Don't wait until the end zone where a bombardment and you can't do anything about it, right? So hey, utilize the Mirage's abilities, fight early, utilize that ultimate, try and get the Gibby out early. Every legend has its advantages and disadvantages, and you kind of just got to strike at the right time.
That is the real interesting aspect of why, this tournament is great, because we get to see some players who take different approaches and who have different, results as a result of those approaches. Right now, though, we've got our Game 1 standings in front of you. 21 points for TXC. AXFF, though, not too far behind with 14 points themselves. And it will finish with 8, 5, 4, and 3 with Baguette, ESL, Scoobs, Phasers, and Bled accordingly. But girl, out to the lead, 9 eliminations. TXC definitely out in front here.
Yeah, that's 3 squad wipes, 3 full squad wipes. Raymond has really good game sense as well, leading the team, getting the push and finding the rats. Who was it? Phasers. So they got 5th place. They still got a few points. It's better than nothing, right? But they do have a bit to catch up on, as it's 4-21, right? So you might see some aggression coming from 4th, 5th, and 6th coming out in the next game. Yeah.
A lot to do and a lot to work through for game 1, and of course a lot of adjustments to make. It is an unusual lobby, to say the least. There's not a full lobby today for EU, so there's some different things that you're going to have to approach. I think this is also maybe one of the interesting talking points too, because there isn't really an incentive to rush taking fights that you are not prepared for. Most of the early part of Apex Legends, just in general, you don't want to fight until you land, you have a weapon, and you have an armor that you feel good about, right? And you have enough ammo, and then you have your secondary that you feel good about. So these teams are almost doing what I think would naturally instinctively occur. My question is, do you have to get off your instincts here? Because this is a unique lobby that if you're looking at TXC, I'd be confident in a 3v3 with almost anybody there. And you have an even less chance in this lobby of getting third-partied. So maybe it is more advantageous to kind of push these 3v3s early, knowing you're gonna have time to reset after them and just go one by one by one. We'll find out. It's a good question, right, girl? Yeah,
absolutely. They are able to get those 3v3s early, and they can see where everyone else drops, right? So they will be able to know if it is far away from other teams, and to be able to do that cleanly and confidently. But for now, we're going to go to break, and then we'll come back with the next game.
Calling all fighters. The PlayStation Tournament's FGC Arcade is back with the Summer Community Series starting this June.
Let battle commence.
Get ready for 6 weeks of scorching competition and awesome prizes across your favorite fighting games. Sign up in-game on your PS4 console or on the competition center at compete.playstation.com for your chance to win cash prizes and a round-trip ticket and competitor pass to EVO 2022. Think you're up for the challenge?
Welcome back to your PlayStation Tournaments, Apex Legends Masters Circuit, Slay Day #1. My name is Rain Day. I'm joined by Girl, who you know if you watch Apex Legends streams at all, she is never not live. In fact, Girl, are you live right now streaming? You sure?
I mean,
are you
we're
sure?
live right now. We are live.
Are you streaming
together
on the side though? I know you stream so much.
No, I'm not that desperate for money.
Guys, Girl, let me know. She might be. She is so active in the streaming community. So, you know, Girl, obviously you play a lot of Apex. You know, you're familiar with the ranked season. We've got ranked changes. We're going to break that down a little bit in Game 2, how that might be impacting. Talk a little bit of what the community's saying. Talk a little meta. But before we get into all those topics in Game 2, I want to kind of recap what happened in Game 1. What was it that kind of was the storyline for you that you'll be taking from Game 1 to Game 2?
Raymond has really good game sense, and they've chosen a really good spot to play. The Horizon comp really ended up being really beneficial for that team. So having Horizon, having that verticality, as you said in Game 1, was super beneficial. Taylor with the Valkyrie, really experienced player, as you could see, finding all of those windows to shoot from, but they do have to tidy up their teamwork just a little bit because Crypto ended up going down first and then Gibby going down afterwards. If their team was up and running in that end zone, I feel like they would have done really well with their comp as well. So, you know, you have the Crypto, go to the end zone and do your best, because some teams ended up getting 4 points and you could just triple that by winning a game here. So most of these teams can catch up point-wise on the leaderboard to secure themselves the prize today. And I believe they will all end up getting placement to our finals today.
All right, well, let's see if any changes. Oh, my goodness. Are we seeing a little Newcastle here, Girl? Phasers, Clippers, bringing in our newest legend, Newcastle, into the lobby. I am excited about that. They're going to have to go up against Sarah and Raymond and Finn, though, to make it work. But, wow, what a cool opportunity to see our newest legend here.
Yeah, I actually know you released a video. Those of you that don't know, Rain Day is also a content creator on YouTube, has been for a long time, Rain Day Gaming. And a few days ago, he posted a Newcastle video showing us some really cool clips. I watched a little bit of that earlier today. Yeah, what do you think about, tell us, what do you think about Newcastle?
You know, I think Newcastle has some incredibly fun mechanics that, for me, I'm surprised a lot of people are not maining this person out the gate. I mean, we have so many great choices in Apex Legends. It is tough to pick because, you know, the Bloodhound experience, the Pathfinder experience, the Octane, they're just so fun. But for Newcastle to come out and compete in a defensive sense, when I'm not really a defensive guy, but I like the way that it's a mobile, aggressive, offensive, defensive nature. It's not like Gibby where you feel stuck. That ultimate is going to slam you across the world. Your shield is going to make you feel like you're doing something active, live. And I just really think that he's a very fun addition to the roster. But more so in competitive, I think he's going to have a couple of challenges of really breaking past the initial fear that many players have to introduce a new character, which is why I'm excited to see somebody like Balox on Phasers bringing him into play, because ADHD knows he might have needed a little bit more defense when he was hiding under the bridge there by himself, and TXC, Raymond, and Sarah went and shut them down. So that is a little bit of my take on Newcastle. I think there's a lot for this legend to bring to competitive. I think it'll take some time, as all legends do, to really be introduced, but I feel like he's got the kit. He's got the kit that can make an impact.
All right, so this is going to be really interesting to see. As you can see, there is a 50-50 going on. There is another team, Fish Farms, which isn't too far away, but it's a 3v2 situation. Raymond and Sarah have the high ground, though, which is really good. They have longbow. They have triple take. Does Raymond get camped on, or is Raymond getting the kill? Raymond's going to go down. Now it's going to be a 3 versus 1. Can Sarah hold this zip line? This is going to be really important. Ooh. We do 55 damage, but it's not going to be enough. If we can bounce some headshots on this zip line and hold off the enemy team, we could see a 1v3 clutch here. It's not impossible with the longbow. The headshots do like 112 damage.
And she's certainly lined up. Valkyrie to do that damage. Sarah. Oh, heard the crack of the shield, but not the headshot. That's Sarah was looking for. Oh, and that's it, and that's the down. Now what do you do from that? We were talking about it. Sarah's making a move, and a nice missile swarm as well. Look at the damage, Sarah. Whoa, what a clutch on ADHD. She's got one more to deal with as well, and she grabs that. It's now the last member looking to maybe hide behind some of the shielding. Got to be very careful. Going for the revive. Sarah's going to have to get aggressive. Crack on the longbow, and that's it, Sarah. Get out of here.
Oh my god, it's kind of like we were saying, 1v3 is possible, and Sarah pulled that off beautifully, starting off with that headshot, getting the first knock. Are we gonna get pushed from some other teams nearby? I don't know, but that was wonderful to witness. Holy smokes.
That was special. That was special. That is not an easy 1v3 situation. There's a lot to manage there, but it started with the headshot, as you mentioned, girl, and holding the space and that patience that then allowed, once the shot came in, it was no hesitation. That, to me, was the distinction point. Sarah knew the second that that headshot hit and the down was gotten, this is my moment to make something happen. Immediately dropped, missile swarmed, and took the fight. And that's the type of playmaking and confidence in yourself that ends up winning tournaments.
So let's talk a little bit about what that team could have done in a 3v1 situation. Okay, so Sarah is by herself on top. In a 3v1 situation, you could all just try and rush at her because she can't shoot you all at the same time. One of you should be able to knock her down. So going up the zip line might have been the play. One of you might go down, but maybe not all three of you, right? Or we could have waited for the banner to expire or wait for Sarah to jump down on the banner. But don't poke your head out underneath her, right? Like, she has a longbow. It does damage. It's good damage. I mean, I really admire Sarah's confidence there, and she knew exactly what to do from step 1 to step 3, killing all 3 of them. It was beautiful. It was the most beautiful thing I saw today, to be honest. And that's why they are the first place in our leaderboards today. So I'm really excited to see what they can do later on.
Well, if that's just with one member up, I mean, now that they've got all 3 back, it's looking tough, Lobby. Sorry, guys, I don't know if it's going to work out. But, you know, ultimately, this is one of those dynamics that can happen in a tournament. You have that confidence, and you build off of it, and you continue to build off of it. Teams need to assert themselves in a game and either take it away, make TXC start questioning it, or just find a little bit of their own. And we've seen some new introductions with Clippers coming into this. We've seen, obviously, one of our team's phasers fall to TXC, but we've also, you know, seen introductions to new characters like Newcastle, which we talked about briefly. There's got to be something that gets you moving in a different direction, saying we're taking a positive risk and we're working on it, especially in a lobby of this size. Scoobs, though, sticking with the Mirage. And, you know, we had mentioned why play Mirage. I had a couple of conjectures because I feel like there's really only one reason you play Mirage, and it's that you feel you are the best version of yourself as a player on Mirage. Because we all know Mirage doesn't add objectively the same amount of value to a team as many other legends that are options. But I can only imagine that someone would say, and tell me if I'm wrong, girl, hey, Mirage is what I'm used to. I played since day 1. I'm the best version of myself as Mirage, and I'm a very good player. So I'm going to be worse on Gibraltar, even though that character technically brings more to the team.
To be honest, not a lot of people like playing Gibraltar. It's not that Gibraltar runs slower, but it feels like Gibraltar runs slower. And Gibraltar has a bigger hitbox, right? So Mirage doesn't make you feel kind of like you're lacking, and you feel like you're having more fun on a legend that feels like they're going faster. So that's why a lot of people like to play movement-based characters. But for Mirage, maybe they just really like the character, the history in that character, the voice lines of the character. Maybe they just like the legend in itself, or maybe they just got the heirloom and they want to play Mirage and show it off in this tournament, you know?
Oh, boy.
You never know. But like you were saying, stats. I think some people do like building their stats and being the #1 at something, right? Like you see on Twitter, hey, #1 Mirage on PS4. Maybe they're the #1 Mirage on PS4, right? So maybe they do have that pride of playing the certain legend, like you were saying.
Do you think that's there's a part of gaming culture that's always been very important? But do you feel that that's more important now in the space where we are all so connected socially, and there is so much high-end value for being considered a top-level player, whether it's increasing views on your stream, sponsorships that can come along with that, opportunities to get into the door of gaming organizations that could really change the trajectory of a young person's career? Do you feel like it's almost it's gotten more important to be the #1 Mirage or the #1 something nowadays?
I mean, everyone's got to have their niche, but oh my goodness, Para actually almost ends up going down here. 40 HP left to their name, but Fluffy and Urbi don't seem like they're going to be pushing, as Torby took some damage themselves. So we've got a little bit of a stalemate here. We might end up getting a fight, but I'll touch back on that since Bled is going to Valk ult out. They're not going to take the 3v3 fight right now. They're just going to rotate and potentially fight later. They're more focused on the end game, which I can completely respect. Now, back to what we were talking about with, being the #1 Mirage on PS4. It does, like, making yourself a little bit unique or different than the others. I think that's kind of what Timmy does. If you know Timmy, he's on YouTube, he's on Twitch, he's known for doing unique things, and it makes you stand out. And doing things that make you stand out is going to bring some light onto your show or your channel. So I think it is important to do things like that, but you don't have to continuously do it for 2 years, You could do different things to be unique. You don't have to spend your life on being unique, because everyone's special. Oh no, look at this!
This is
Look at this!
like a horror story, and you can tell, I mean, we went through the first act, the second act, all the while they were on that zip line, which takes about 10 years, and now here they go, the finale, and the monster is out, and it's got a Peacekeeper as its main weapon. Jazz flying back up, Clippers engaged and going up and down, and a little bit of a back and forth here, trying to play mind games and movement games to get out and get the first shot. But so far it is going the way of Clippers, as Chakia has found at least one down. They're playing with Newcastle, the only other Newcastle in this lobby, and Bled is the one in trouble after doing the retreat earlier, after nearly downing a player across from them. They are the ones who find themselves without 2 of their team members, and only Fluffy remains to tell the tale.
It was really good instinct of Jazz to jump down and not get down that zip line, because that would have been sudden death. So Jazz did a great job of staying alive. But we do have to see if Fluffy is going to recover those banners or not. We did have Caustic, we had the room, but we ended up kind of getting ambushed there at the top of the zip line. So we'll see if we can get those banner recoveries, but it's hard with Caustic. You're not a movement character. You can't just get caught and run away.
Right.
And you're not a crypto, so you can't just use your drone to recover those banners. It's going to be a little bit tough.
Well, we know on the other side of this mountain there's a team most do not want to see, and that is TXC. But 6 squads still remaining here, as our round 2 is beginning to close. Gravity cannons on the side of Headshot Dundee. No need to move from his location, or from their location here now. As well as also a lot of interesting choices. The R301 Hemlock, no shotgun, which sometimes can be odd, but a very lethal combination. Do you think this is just more of a preferential choice, or maybe something that, from a controller perspective, hits a little harder, hits a little better from what they're trying to accomplish at this point?
So I actually think it's a little bit more common for this map to not carry many shotguns, especially that you don't see many gibbies in this game as well. If there were a lot of dome fights, you'd really love to have a shotgun in the late game, but because this map is so open, so spread out, long range does prevail for the most part until, you know, you fight inside that building. And do we have a Mastiff here? Massive.
Oh,
Kraber
boy.
too? Oh my goodness. We are going to have a good time. The Baguettes are going to be really happy about this because, to be honest, Mastiff is the best close range. There's no arguing that Mastiff is the best close range weapon right now. So if you get into a close range 3v3, hopefully they end up winning that fight. And this is a very skilled team. They ended up dying a little bit early last game. I mean, 2 of them ended up dying early, so it's going to be really nice to see them stick together, play it a little safer, and hopefully end up getting a win because Taylor did so well in our last game.
And you can imagine just having a little bit more momentum. That momentum was garnered through Taylor's heroics at the end of that match. That will definitely send a team into game 2 going, wow, nice, way to go. Now let's do this. We're back. We've got your back. So we do expect a lot, especially with the weapons of choice that have now fallen so eloquently into their lap. We've got round 3 continuing here. Scoobs on the run. We checked in with them as well round 2, but now we've got King Stefan on the hunt with the Rampage, one of my favorite weapons in Apex. They've spotted someone on the zip line. We're in near a command center circle, so a lot of these teams are going to have to rotate. It's about who has the information and who's going to wait it out. Often we do see the open spaces of this map prove great spots to hold, especially when there's this verticality element to this. High ground, low ground. Sometimes it can be better than holding a building on Storm Point.
And crafting here could be very dangerous, especially if someone has a charge rifle nearby, but they are looking. They're keeping an eye out on things as they craft, which is important, and they're crouching down in case someone ends up shooting at them. So they're definitely playing it really well. They're still alive. That was Jazz we've seen earlier on Clippers, kind of on those zips inside the command center earlier, but they do have to rotate up a very steep hill. They got their eyes on someone, but the shots aren't locking through on Stereo's end. Trees are kind of hard to see through, but it looks like they want to push this. Fluffy did get the bat off.
And they've got a new castle here as well. So curious to see how this newest legend plays in the hands of Stereo. Will it be more of the heroics at the end of the day, or will it be initiating? That castle wall can do so much in terms of setting up fights, creating opportunities. They're going to go for the skyward dive now. So it's all about position in game 2. They realize round 3 is closing. They've rather rotate in front of this team that they see and see if they can at least gatekeep them or find a better spot in the zone. Ultimately, it's where it might be, but interestingly enough, this is not always the safest play. There are teams here, and you can tell right now, Z-Stereo is feeling the pain of that skyward dive. Luckily, they're able to make it inside, but not sure if that is going to stop the aggression as they are found out.
We're getting arced right now, and the team is going to push through, but Chayka doing very good damage. They get a knock on Dave. That's Dave. Oh my goodness, they almost got 2 of them. The Mirage is only 1 HP left. Can they get the last shot on the Mirage? And then there's going to be that one more player left, and that's Bio. Did they get Dave down, or did Dave actually end up escaping? They all got to heal back up. So it might give time for the other team to recover. I think Dave went down because I don't see Dave on the screen here. Yep, it's only Bio left in a 1v3 situation, holding by themselves. And Taylor ends up taking Jazz down in the kill feed as well.
And this is just mayhem right here. Everyone is involved in this area. Every single team, it feels like, is right here, right now, trying to finish off this fight as best they can. And Biohazard will take his leave with a grain of salt, and find a way that they can just really, hopefully, stay out of the line of fire. Z-Stereo, though, I'm excited to see what's going on over there. Another Peacekeeper down for the Newcastle on Clippers, and so that's 2 that has been brought to this team. Z-Stereo already making an impact, and there's that ultimate we like to see, setting up the inside cover that they can play around.
Really nice recovery from them. They picked up quite a few kills in this lobby for now, and they've got themselves a good position. They will have to rotate upwards, but they do have a Wraith for that for later, so I'm not too worried about them for now. We got Pere and Ob outside of their building. This building is congested. So, oh my goodness, look at that. Raymond and Sarah, our duo from earlier. Sarah pulling off the 1v3 clutch from this game. Almost, it feels like forever ago.
I know, right?
They've got a great position. They're the only team on the northern side, so they may be able to hold everyone out and possibly get this duo win. So really excited to see the zone close. It's closing 27 seconds left till it fully closes, and these teams might end up fighting inside the building.
Well, certainly it's a better spot to be in, and that's what I was attempting to elucidate. The idea that in a building in Storm Point may not be the best place to hold. It's the verticality element of sometimes having the open space high ground in a moment like this is so much more powerful, and that's where TXC has positioned themselves, the winners of Game 1. So now we've got them in a fantastic position, but we've got teams inside, like Clippers, who have done work. Z-Stereo, Chaka, finding kills and finding success, but they've got to utilize what their team has in the back pocket to get out of dodge, but they go down before they have a chance to, and now that means no Newcastle to help Jazz and Chaka out of this trouble. And Sarah and Raymond, they smell blood in the water.
They're actually opting to potentially push the team on the inside, which is very questionable. Raymond and Sarah had the high ground. They prevented Scoobs from pushing the knock that they got, and then they went and took the high ground of the building. I was so confused on what the comms were there. They gave up their high ground position. Maybe they wanted to push the duo on the inside and potentially clean up those kills. Are they? Isn't it a solo? Oh no, they tried to fly and get their spot back, but it got canceled. They may get it back in the next 20 seconds. Is really close, 81%. Once a Valkyrie ultimate is canceled, it doesn't go back to 0, so you will get it within the 25 seconds or so.
Yeah, but it's gonna be close because it's definitely a little less than a second, and they need another 10%. There's only 10 seconds, so this will be a little close. They may have to take some damage, but at this late stage of the game, if you take damage while you're going up in the Skyward Dive, you might actually die. I think they made the move because they had 2, and I don't think they felt confident holding that hill against all the teams trying to push as a 3, so they thought maybe we'll get some KP here. Biohazard falls off, maybe goes for a little Jabane, a nice karate, and he kicks him off, but now Biohazard has to get out of the zone. Beautiful play there to at least stay alive, and he's hoping to look up into the corner and see 4 squads left, 3 squads left. None of that is happening, and that means that this might be Biohazard's last moment alive for the others to see that 4 squads left. But look at this maneuver. Biohazard, beautiful plays, in and out, running out of life, but not running out of fights. Biohazard with the car. You can tell a miracle's almost about to get pulled out, but it's just Sarah and Biohazard. And Biohazard is able to, no, can't get the bat off. That's it. Oh, no.
Bio almost pulled off a 1v2 against our reigning champs. That would have been really nice to see, but unfortunately died to another team. It's okay. Stefan going down as well. We've got Bucket, Fabian, last one alive. We've got the Mirage ulti. Will it keep him alive? Nope, nothing's gonna keep Fabian alive there. And we've got Taylor getting smoked by Chaka. Pere, Ob, they're gonna push up on this, maybe try and get the revive. This is very nice, Horizon Q, but the tracking wasn't enough, the damage wasn't enough, and this is Ob with the Massive. Let's see what the Massive can do. 1 pump, 2 pump, not enough, and Clippers. It is Clippers that are gonna take the dub on our game number 2.
Look at that. Newcastle, 1 game, 1 win. What does that say about our newest legend? And what does that say about Clippers showing up in Game 2 and winning Game 2 at that? Wow. A lot, girl. A lot to unpack. I think there's a lot of question marks too, and some decisions that we saw teams who were in great positions give up those positions for something we didn't necessarily know had the value of what they were giving up. We've seen some questionable moments. Z Stereo got knocked once that chaos began. We weren't able to really see what happened to Clippers, but they ended up getting their full team back and winning that game. So there was so much action to keep track of in that final circle. It was almost anybody's to win. It ended up going the way of Clippers, though, in the final moment.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see these replays. So fun to watch. ADHD, they did massive damage on Raymond, but unfortunately ended up losing this 1v3 to Sarah. Now take a look as she hits the headshot and immediately doesn't take a second to figure out, hey, I'm going to jump down and stun them all. Massive damage. And then coming in with this last 2 shots here. We got the 1 shot on the revived Bloodhound. We hear the revive potentially go off. We know where they are. Maybe they should have taken the zip line up, but he tries hiding in the corner. 2 pumps. There we go. Longbow OP in the beginning. This is kind of what you wanted to see earlier. This is Clippers playing the bottom. Jazz almost going down, but they ended up getting that thirst. They ended up recovering from that. Clippers, oh yeah, over here, they took a lot of damage coming in, but they killed Dave, and they actually ended up killing 2 members of this squad here. They've been through a lot.
Absolutely. This was a tough game. They were in the thick of it for nearly all of it, and it started with entering this building where Biohazard had a lot to say about it from the high ground, but lost 2 members of that team, AXFF, in the process. Biohazard would show off a little bit of Kung Fu training there, and I love it. I'm a Taekwondo man myself, so I actually think that was almost the start of Biohazard pulling off one of the best plays we've seen all day, but it would not be for the win. Unfortunately, we would see Z Stereo and the rest of Clippers have the high ground, and we know how that turns out. It was all Clippers at the end, which leaves more questions and conundrums in my mind as to why give up that high ground in the beginning as TXC, where you were the only team up there, and clearly the team that won came from up there and was able to shoot down at all the other teams who were caught climbing that hill.
The only thing I could think of is maybe Bio was shooting them from above because Bio had the ultimate high ground, as we saw in the clip. Bio might have been shooting them from above, and they didn't have like a defensive legend like a Gibby to kind of like, you know, be in a safe position. So maybe that's why they ran towards the buildings. Hey, we can't play out here. We don't have meds potentially. Maybe they didn't have any bats, or maybe they were taking too much damage. So they went inside the building, but it didn't end up turning out well for them. But hey, potentially they'll get their 3rd player this next game. They're still in 1st place. Wow, oh my goodness. And I would MVP Sarah for that game.
Sarah clutched up. There is no other way to say it. It happened so early, we forgot about it essentially on broadcast with all of the other action, but you cannot forget about it in the total standings, as TXC finds themselves 29 points at the top of the leaderboard, with 2nd place, 3rd place, and 4th coming in at 23, 19, and 18th respectively. It starts to drop off a lot more there at 5th, with Scoobs bringing in 12, and then Phasers and Bled at 8 and 6. But it's really a 2-team race right now between the 2 winners of our 2 games. TXC, Clippers, these teams have been bringing the pain. I've loved it. We've seen a lot of different iterations between them. We've seen Sarah clutch up, and we've seen, you know, Finn have amazing moments, and Raymond as well. We also saw Z Stereo bringing in the brand new Newcastle. And if you guys are interested in finding more action like this on your weekdays or your weekends, or even being a part of this action, there's only one place to go: compete.playstation.com. That's all the access to the PlayStation tournaments ecosystems, like this Apex Legends Masters Circuit, or our FGC Arcade Summer Circuit, where we've got Mortal Kombat, Tekken, Street Fighter V, and so much more on the horizon for you to compete in, win prizes in, or simply know when it's happening so you can watch and enjoy. We love having you all here as well for our Apex Legends Masters Circuit. This is Slay Day number 1. I am so excited, too, to be joined by a girl who's bringing such incredible incredible high-level analysis for this. For the rest of the day, we have 4 more games happening in EU. That means we're going to finish this off, of course, with 2 teams at the top, separated only by 6 points, girl. We're kind of getting close to halfway. Kind of want to ask you, what have you seen after 2 games here, giving you an idea of where this is heading?
Honestly, it still could head anywhere just because there's less than 10 teams, but also that there's so many skilled individuals. We've seen people clutch 1v3s, 1v2s. We've seen some really cool punches midair. Like, there's honestly so much surprise that can happen, which makes the day super exciting. Still 4 more games. It's still all going to be Storm Point for those of you maybe just tuning in right now. But yeah, it could be anyone's game. You know, maybe Raymond and Sarah don't have any more good games. Who knows?
I wouldn't bet on it the way that they've been playing so far. We're going to take a quick break. Everybody relax, grab something to drink. Stay here with us, though, because in a moment, we will be back with Game 3 of our Apex Legends Masters Circuit. See you soon.
Calling all fighters. The PlayStation Tournament's FGC Arcade is back with the Summer Community Series starting this June.
Let battle commence.
Get ready for 6 weeks of scorching competition and awesome prizes across your favorite fighting games. Sign up in-game, on your PS4 console, or on the competition center at compete.playstation.com for your chance to win cash prizes and a round-trip ticket and competitor pass to EVO 2022. Think you're up for the challenge?
gentlemen, welcome back to the PlayStation Tournament's Apex Legends Masters Circuit. I'm Rain Day, and that's Girl. We are here to cast and bring you action for Game 3, 4, 5, and 6 now in our tournament, because we've already done 2 in the books. We've got TXC and Clippers winning those. And Girl, Game 2, it was a light show, especially at the beginning with Sarah's 1v3.
That was the most incredible 1v3 that we've seen today. I think the only 1v3 we've seen today, but I hope that goes viral because the decision making, the shots, it was all really good. Starting with the headshot, getting the first knock, jumping down immediately, like she knew what she was doing apparently, and I heard she was Diamond 4 this season, so obviously one of the top ranking players in the game, and I'm really glad to be in the presence of her skills today.
And we are obviously doing all of this remotely, which got to give a big shout out to production and everyone behind the scenes helping make this tournament possible, running this thing, all the players as well, and even myself and Girl, who are miles across places, but we're still here hanging out with you guys, and we're so excited to be here for this tournament and this PlayStation action, because of course it's not easy to see what we're seeing today, which is an all-controller, all PlayStation 4 lobby, competing for prize money in this Master Circuit, the day one of it beginning. And I just, you know, it's a great feeling. Girl, you were kind of remarking backstage when we were getting ready. It's just cool to watch Apex.
Absolutely. In different tournaments, PlayStation tournaments, different regions. We're going to be going from EU to NA later. So it's really interesting to see different people play. Sometimes watching the same people play each and every day, you can kind of see that they build patterns. But seeing this all PlayStation tournament, there is no patterns. Things are exciting. Things are surprising. People do amazing things. People will pull off amazing things. People will play any legend that they want, and you can see on screen right now what legends they're choosing. We see some new castles. I think we're seeing more Caustic this game, which is interesting. But Wraith, Valkyrie, the standard Valkyrie I feel like is most played this season.
It feels like Valkyrie is the must pick in this season and in this map. It was ever since the championship of year 1 that I think we saw the introduction of Valkyrie and how valuable that was for bottom 20. And you could see also, you know, the Kongarna squad, the way that created openings and movement that wasn't the meta and wasn't the focus at that time, but became the focus in literally the entire year afterwards here in year 2 of Apex Legends. She has been the staple, I think, of what it means to play competitive, doing so much for her team. I'm not sure that's going to change. I know a lot of people always call for nerfs, but that may not be the time or place here, and I'm certainly a fan of having other legends kind of find their route versus taking routes for other legends away. But look at this. Talk about taking routes away. Raymond and the rest of TXC already getting a kill. We haven't even stopped the music yet, and they're finding kills. This is a squad on the run.
It is indeed. So they ended up changing the position in which they land. Ended up getting the first kill. Yeah, Fish Farms. We're already moving forward here. Are they trying to chase someone down? Yes, they are. And that is a Valkyrie in the distance. The crack comes through. 30 repeater, one of my favorite guns. I'm glad I get to see that coming from Sarah. I guess Sarah really likes those long-range sniper-type guns or marksman-type guns. So definitely relate with her on that. As they chase forward and potentially get this kill. The Valkyrie is doing a great job kind of skeeving, running away. Valkyrie is a hard one to chase, especially without an Octane, but I think Valkyrie stop moving. You can't stop moving if you're getting chased. You're just gonna close the distance with your enemies. But hey, we're gonna see. Do you think the Valk's gonna make it out alive?
If I was using all of the faculties of my brain, I would say no.
And Yep, I think you were right on the dot. So
I just had to
goes
go
down.
real mentalist there, and I had to, go into the Matrix, call on some just some outer worldly powers to figure that out. But no, that was a done deal, and this is almost why I say TXC. This is your lobby for the taking. You can run into a team and chase them halfway across the map and see no other team for another 1,400 meters near you. And that's exactly what just happened. So I feel that there's a level of strategy that can be implemented here to say, let's be aggressive and let's chase and let's start fights. The punishment is not nearly the same as it would be in a 20-team lobby. And you're never going to get this opportunity to play like this again. So in some ways, I'm maybe building some bad habits, but I'm a man of the plan working now. So let's do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm kind of big on, hey, you got to adapt to the lobby.
Right.
Even though you might be building bad habits, I feel like I've kind of experienced this when I played in tournaments, wherein, the qualifiers might be different than the pro league, right? So in the qualifiers, you got to adjust, you got to adapt, you got to be more aggressive. And in the pro league, you got to play a little bit more smart, play a little bit more passive. You kind of got to adjust on the lobbies. And I really like the fact that they're being aggressive in this lobby because they are taking the opportunities that are right in front of them rather than leaving those opportunities for someone else to pick up those kill points. So you got to adapt.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's a great point. I mean, that's the reality of it. I think even if you go into normal sports traditionally, or even, like you said, in esports, especially, there's a league usually, and then there's the playoffs. There's a moment where you're playing a different type of game, and then there's a moment where things tighten up and they tense up. And this is, in many ways, that tighten, tense up moment, but there's another random factor in where you've got a little bit more space. You're not getting third-partied in the same way that you were. But those moments start to trickle away as people find the beacons and know exactly where the circle is going to end and start crowding that same space. They may not be in third-party range, but they're close if they hear shots to maybe get involved. So I can see both sides to it as well. Just understanding that, hey, maybe the first moment we drop, we know no one's going to be around us. But after that, everyone's hitting the beacon. Everyone's rotating towards that same area. We don't have the same chances of being completely isolated as before. And back yet, they don't want to be isolated at all. Looking to pick up some Spectres and some loot near the armory.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're going to get some really good attachments here. And the thing is, the better attachments that you have, the better attachments that you get. That's why it's, it's more beneficial to get attachments before you get in here so that you can upgrade them to potential golds. Like, I would bet $5 that Taylor gets a gold light mag out of this armory at the end of it. $5. I'm not a person that bets that much, but I would bet $5 on that.
$5, huh? That's enough. That's enough to say that you believe it. And that's kind of the thing, if you have something you can kind of be that consistent on. You look at the way Bloodhound Trials operates in World's Edge, where you just know you're getting that gold gear at the end of it. It doesn't really feel unfair or out of line. And there's a gold magazine for the heavy mag. So there you go.
What about the light mag? We're about to see. Oh no! Oh no! We'll see later. Oh, and this is another armory. Oh, this is another armory. So multiple armories going. Hey, there's the light mag. There you see it. Taylor has a gold light mag. I knew it. I told you. Play this game too much.
She really does. She really does. Has all the inside secrets. Telling the future for us at home and watching. It'll be a central circle. One of the rarer moments in Storm Point is to have circles that are on the northern side of the map. Central, a little bit less rare, but very standard to have southern circles. And right now we get something kind of approaching Command Center down towards Cascade Falls. We had that Command Center circle last time, so it won't be something too terribly different from what we saw in Game 2.
We're potentially going to have a 3v3 fight here in Barometer. We'll see if the Baguette squad end up fighting. We are planning on crafting, so hopefully we don't die in the crafter. That's maybe one of the worst things that can happen. But we do have a Gibby. I like to see it from this squad, that they can just dome and protect their squad mates. And they also have the crypto to see how many squads are around. Are they looking for the last squad, perhaps? Oh, they have found them.
Oh, there's about to be a fight at Barometer. You can tell right now. Color Bucket on the Mirage, about to run into Baguette ESL. Obelix finding a little bit of damage. And just holding the line and angles. Headshot Dundee peeking out, getting headshot, and peeking back in. This fight slowly but surely shifting the way of ESL Baguette, but do they want to push? They have the crypto EMP too, girl, which might be the opportunity for them to make an entrance into the building and try to get it down.
And here we go, the Gibby ult. Oh, the Gibby ult and the EMP, so they're gonna hit them twice. But can they track them in the air? No, it's gonna be a little bit too hard. So that was a really smart Valk ult from them. They ended up managing to get away. I can see some shots hitting from their teammates. Oh, are they gonna chase?
They're on the chase.
Oh, look at how low they are though. 40 HP, one of them's cracked. They are gonna be able to heal when they get down, but they won't have another Valk ult to escape with. So let's see if this chase ends up getting them killed or ends up getting them kills.
Killed or kills. The problem with the Valk ult, if it's chasing you, is they can see exactly where you are with her passive. That as she's skyward diving, was able to locate the live targets underneath her, so they know where they're hiding now. I don't think that decoy is going to distract them from the ultimate prize, although good attempt for sure from our Mirage player in the lobby. Color Bucket. Yet Taylor and Obelix and Perry have not given up yet. They do not feel that this should be a team that has gotten away from two ultimates, and it certainly doesn't look like Headshot Dundee has long for this lobby. There's the defensive shield there, the dome shield from the Gibraltar, defensive bombardment as well to warn them away. I think that is their own, just to buy some time. But nothing stopping Taylor here, girl.
Yeah, he kind of used the bombardment on himself, so it was a little bit hard for him to get out. But Obelix is going to take damage from their teammates there, so we'll have to heal up. It might be hard to close the gap now that both teams have used up all of their abilities here now. They've used up a lot of abilities, not too many resources. Dundee still has to heal. I don't know if, yep, medkit has been popped. Now the question is, do they want to fight now that they've used pretty much all their abilities? And Taylor, being the aggressive Valkyrie that they are, is going to push on with the R301. Try and get these angles. Taylor's really good for getting these angles. I said it and I'm going to say it again. Taylor's so experienced in this game, and you can tell by the angles that Taylor takes time and time again.
This is like one of those spy movies where the guy's chasing a dude through a city for like 20 minutes and just destroying everything in the city, and everyone is just watching this happen. I feel like they've covered 3 POIs. They've thrown 17 ultimates, shot at each other 100,000 bullets, and still they're the exact same health as when they started this engagement. Something's got to give here, and I think it's Obelix and the rest of Baguette ESL finally saying, enough.
Yeah. And you know why that is?
Why?
Stefan Dundee took the high ground, and it's kind of hard to walk up on that hill.
Absolutely.
Obelix is taking damage. They're like, okay, we finally got the better position. Now we'll fight you. Now we'll fight you. Oh, you guys have the advantage now? Oh, no. We're going to retreat up, and we're going to craft some batteries because we kind of wasted all of our bats chasing you across the whole game. So, that was something fun to watch. And we'll see, the sequel, the next episode come later on.
That's right.
So stay tuned. Make sure you don't blink too much and miss all the action.
The new PlayStation Tournament spy thriller, the summer blockbuster, and we'll let you know when tickets are available to that one, but you may just actually get a free showing if you stick around and watch the rest of these games. In fact, I think you certainly will. It kind of goes to show the point that I was attempting to make, and I think we've been talking about, because of the lack of some of the teams in this lobby, you can have those fights and no one's interfering. It's very private in that sense, that you can really have these extended long engagements that take place over the course of tons of meters here in Storm Point, and still be isolated with the same exact team that you're fighting if you're not in that final POI. So a lot of flexibility for these teams. I'm glad to see them taking it, getting a little bit more aggressive and comfortable in Game 3, and I think that's the tone. Seeing the lobby start to loosen up as they realize that there's only a few more games to play, and we've already played 2 pretty tense games and had our fair share of fights, so no need to be hiding behind anything anymore.
Yeah, and they did end up meeting each other again briefly inside of Jurassic Park, but Scoops are holding that door in case they push behind them, but it doesn't look like they are trying to fight inside of this building here. So they are going to opt to rotate. They're not too far away from the rotation. They're going to take it easy. Still 5 squads remaining. And like we were talking about earlier, the opportunity, right? They want to take those opportunities, try to get those early fights, but Scoops did a really good job of staying alive. Stefan with the Valk ult from earlier, Barometer. They kind of took like a whole circle there, as you said, a few POIs they walked through. And they're going to be okay, but TXC, look at them in one of the best buildings. To no surprise, after watching 2 games, they've taken a great position.
TXC has been a phenomenally consistent team, and they've had pop-off moments to boot. But AXFF team, Biohazard has been involved. But they've lost the John right away, and it's a full down. It is a third from Z-Stereo, our winners of Game 2. Clippers right behind AXFF team, and they found themselves in the middle of a firefight that they started, and now they might just be the end of. Dave gets around the corner, pops a shield bat as well. He's got .2 on that one, but he's get the purple fully back, and a skyward dive is the plan. Mr. Swarm's going to hit just a little bit too late, so they'll be able to get out. Shots will rain towards them, but it's probably not going to be enough. AXFF team has certainly at least escaped for now, but will they have pursuit like we saw before? A skyward dive doesn't necessarily mean people stop fighting you, and they see below where they were trying to land a whole nother team, and who could that be in front of them? That is also not the exact approach they want, so with only 18 seconds left, they're starting to look a little desperate as they're going to have to make their way all the way around this mountain and back up yet again behind the rest of the teams that were gatekeeping them.
Yeah, they at least got their teammate's banner, but having that one team near the respawn beacon on those spiders was unlucky, to say the least. Because there are only 5 squads, what are the chances a team is on the respawn beacon that they want to go to? And Zone 3 is not the zone that you want to revive inside of. So they're going to have to manage to stay alive and try and get a respawn later in the game. They weren't in the best position. As you saw, they got pinched from behind. You never, as Hot 6 says, you never want to be, you know, the meat in the sandwich. And that's what they were. Yep, that's what they were for the moment. But it was a great escape from them. And getting the beacon was really important. TXC managing to keep this building. And remind yourself, they don't have a defensive legend, but they're getting all of these late positions to themselves. That just shows their skill.
And it just also shows that the idea of defense is, it's flexible. You know, defense is one thing. I've seen the way that players in our competitive EMEA circuit have utilized a Valkyrie Ashe Bangalore squad, which has no defensive legend technically, but is so good on a map like Stormpoint to create space and ward off teams from wanting to push into it, and being able to be offensive and aggressive, take height, make quick changes to your position. Sometimes that's the best defense that you need. Remember, you know, it's not the static thing where just sitting down, putting your defensive shield down for 12 seconds means, great, I'm out of harm's way. That might just delay the inevitable. Really being able to move quickly, all 3 members up a mountain or to the side to the most advantageous position could be actually a better version of defense for you. So it's all of those elements coming together to decide why you want your team to look the way your team looks. And I love that aspect. an approach that we're seeing from some of these teams in this lobby to switch it up and still be effective in their own way.
Yeah, I really like how Apex Legends kind of changed over the years. You know, you could only play a few Legends back in the day for competitive, but now you could play a variety, and that's what makes Apex Legends one of the best battle royales for FPS, in my opinion. I'm out there. So AXFF, they got John back up. John has a blue armor. I think they're planning on ulting out of here and trying to get to end zone. But the landing is what's going to be tricky. Landing with Valkyrie in an end zone position takes a lot of skill because you kind of want to land on a safe space. You don't have to land necessarily inside the zone. As you can see, they're actually trying to pinch this team from above them. You might slide down the rock as you can't walk forward on that rock, and the zone's going to close in 1 second. So this is going to do damage. They're pressured by zone, so they have to make a move. Oh, and that team actually Valko's out.
Wow. There's so much about to go down here. We have round 4 about to close. High ground closing in as well. You're going to have to stay on the even playing field soon. And Taylor and Perry and Obelix have realized that, and they have stayed on the highest of highs that will be available in the next 15 seconds. And so AXFF team, make a move. Where do you go from here? You can assess, try to get aggressive. Defensive bombardment is in possession. They're getting EMP'd. Terrible dome shield. Unfortunately, it's going to get destroyed right away due to the EMP, and now they don't have anything for cover. That was a mistake by Dave. I'm sure Dave knows it, so no need to harp on it on broadcast, but an unfortunate set of circumstances, and that means that at least one member is down. Taylor, Obelix, Perry Terrens of Baguette ESL have found a way to maintain height. And that is going to be crucial here in this next endeavor, as we are at 5 squads left and 1 minute before the 5th zone starts to move. Every single one of our games, and this is game 3, has gone to the final closing ring. They have waited till the last moment. There has not been an ultimate aggressor, but there has been a lot of beacon scan, and they know exactly where that is going to be thanks to the crypto. Another reason this legend is so good in these in-game zones is to be able to get that quick bit of information and not risk too much before being able to come in and being back to where everything has gone. A big shots on the car from Taylor. That pressure has allowed Obelix to hold these angles. Beautiful team play as well, because that does the damage, and Taylor gets out. Shield battery ready to get produced, and she's back. Valkyrie in action, girl. What a moment here from Baguette. Great back and forth to allow Obelix to pick up that down.
Wow. Thick John managing to survive, playing underneath them. Doesn't want to heal because maybe John doesn't want to get caught by the team above, but also maybe John doesn't have a med kit because John was the one that got revived, right? So remember that he might be low on resources. We're getting a revive here down low. Jazz getting the revive on Stereo, which we've seen earlier. TXC still alive as well. Finn back in action. Love to see it. We're playing the low ground here, but if we hug the wall, we're LOSing, which we call line of sight. We don't want anyone to see us. If we hug the wall, they won't be able to see us from above, and we're just going to hold out this team that's got to rotate right into us. Raymond always taking the aggression angle, looking at the team inside the building, but they are going to rotate around. Oh, no, maybe cut out of position here. No, Raymond goes down. They do get a trade. It is going to be a 2v2. Finn looking to see if we're going to get that portal. Yes, we will be getting that portal, and we're going to be able to get the revive off it as well. Should we have crawled in the portal before we revive? That's the question. Sarah's going to try and get to them. Oh, no. Our portal's actually getting pushed here. Sarah's last one remaining, last one alive. We're going to try and jetpack out, but it's not going to work. Clippers is still alive, though. They managed to find a good spot to play in, but they're also getting pushed as well.
Z-Stereo and the rest of Clippers, our winners of Game 2, are looking to go back-to-back. They've got that mobile shield from Newcastle, and he's going to bring it right back towards them so that they can have a little bit more cover in this angle, seeing the benefits of this new legend and what he can do for a squad. The Valkyrie and the Wraith bringing a lot more mobility, but nowhere they need to go. Low ground, yes, but a nice head glitch, meaning they don't have to get shot. They can peek, shoot, and not expose any of their body. Perry trying to find angles, but there are none as of now, yet this zone is going to force them into action. There's a castle wall available on the side of Z-Stereo. If I was them, I'd be thinking about how do I jump in and use it right away, or do I save it for another moment? Sometimes the aggressor here ends up getting the first shot, and the first shot ends up being the difference between who gets down. And so that's what we're looking to see. Who's going to make the move? Z-Stereo underneath, just following him back up. And Chaika, realizing the drone is there, can he destroy it, girl, before it all goes down? It is our final moment, and they are waiting till the absolute final moments of that.
It's so hard to track this drone because it's so high up in the air, but they finally destroyed it. That means no drone for another 20 seconds or so. John is still in that corner. I don't think Stereo sees him. Now, okay, there we go. John is caught, and that's securing themselves another placement. Now it is a 3v3. Taylor taking that a massive angle. John's going to go down. Oh, my goodness. Now it's a 3v2 situation. They're going to play aggressively. Obelix going in with the PK. They take down one. They take down two. Last one remaining. And it is a GG. The Baguette ESL squad end up taking this game. Wow.
Great stuff from Baguette ESL, who are winners of game number 3. We have had 3 different winners in 3 different games. And it was Baguette ESL's turn. They have played well over the course of this lobby. Perry, Obelix, and Taylor, there's definitely been a lot of a story developing for them, and even more impressively, they did it against our winners of Game 2. But maybe it was just better decision-making from Taylor, playing that corner, or, picking up when Jazz got a little aggressive and wasn't able to, realize that there was another team who was going to push the second they went after that solo. So maybe a little mistake from Clippers, but really good taking advantage of the moment from Taylor and, of course, Baguette ESL. But it was a really fun game throughout, girl, with a lot of action.
For real. You always see something new in every single game, and that's what I really like about this tournament. Big shout out to PlayStation for making this happen. It's been incredible to see all the different playstyles, all of the different clutches that we've seen in Taylor. I knew from the get-go, Taylor's an aggressive player and a very skilled player, and I want to see that comeback story from them, and now I have. So it was really nice to see them pick up the dub. Here we had the pinch come through, John going down. They were able to escape and get the revive. TXC doing massive damage, but weren't able to follow up on it just then. AXFF doing the tracking here on the roof and ending up taking the spot and getting that revive off. So they did really well doing the little recovery there, but it was Baguette ESL taking this angle. Taylor actually almost died off of that, but the cover fire by their teammate ended up doing the good job.
And Raymond got a little bit too greedy with the positioning, bit the bullet on that one, and Jazz followed suit as Taylor had an incredible rotation to be able to corner out Clippers and finish it off for Baguette ESL. A little bit of eloquence from them, and they will take game 3. It was a fascinating run of moments, from individual plays to spy movies in the middle, and obviously to stalemates and great duo back and forth play that allowed Obelix, Perry, and Taylor to take the win. It is their moment, but will they keep it up? That's the question. Taking a look at those winners and seeing how it's been a different one in each game, I find it difficult to think that we'll have a different winner in Game 4, but that's maybe a topic for Game 4, as we'll get to that in a moment. TXE still on top, though, girl. That's surprising.
I mean, only by 1 point, so it is really close. Baguette ESL did make their way to second place, which was phenomenal since they had a little bit of a rough start in the beginning with their teamwork, but they managed to, tighten up the loose ends, which you love to see. Clippers in third place with 34 points, not too far behind as well. This is anyone's game. We're only halfway through the tournament. Still 3 more games to go. Scoob's doing really well. moving around as a team, but I feel like, what do you think they're lacking? I feel like they've been running a little bit. Maybe they're lacking the confidence, or maybe they're lacking the verticality. You know, they're playing against these Horizon players, and maybe they don't feel like their comp is working well in this scenario. Should they change their composition? Should they change their legends going through? There's still 3 more games. We're only halfway through, so they could end up being on top if they can adapt quickly.
Yeah, I think part of it is you got to look at eliminations. In those top 3, there's just double-digit 19, 18, 20, 20-plus eliminations. And that is really one of the biggest things. You drop down below that, it's 5. And I think that's the aggressiveness that we need to start seeing, willingness to take fights. You're going to lose some, but you've got to be willing to play beyond just placement. Otherwise, you'll find yourself slowly creeping to the bottom. If you want to find yourself not slowly creeping to the bottom and creeping to the top of the competition, check out compete.playstation.com. You will find all of the action for these tournaments as well as tournaments we've got upcoming. More Slay Days, our grand finals. We've got the FGC Arcade Summer Series that is taking place, including your favorite fighting games like MK, of course, Tekken, Street Fighter. We have all of that and more happening all on PlayStation Tournament's competitive website, compete.playstation.com. For all information, go check that out. Do it now. We've got a little bit of time as well. Or sign up even. You could be a part of some of these broadcasts. That's how these players right now are being broadcast by myself, Girl, and the entire crew on the PlayStation Tournament's Apex Legends Masters team. So very excited for that. Just want to let you guys know if you are watching and you're interested. So, Girl, I think bringing back to the point before we get into Game 4, we've seen 3 teams kind of separate themselves continually. We have a 4th team who's hanging in there, an AXFF team who still hasn't found nearly the same amount of eliminations, but has really found a way to stay relevant in those final circles. But now it's about how do you, if you are in 4th, start making that move. It's definitely aggressiveness for me. It's definitely team composition too. But I think also it's the realities of what I think we've seen over the course of Apex Legends competitive. Some teams veer towards playstyles that veer towards team comps that do better on Stormpoint. Some players have team compositions and styles that are a little slower. Talk about our main composition we saw, I think, even in Sweden, which is, you see a lot of Valkyrie, Gibraltar, and Caustic. That is a slow, hold it down, find that building, and sit in it. And that doesn't really work as well on Stormpoint. So there could just be teams and players that are just having to play outside of their preferred skill set, and that's why they're not really shining the way some other teams are.
Yeah, absolutely. It could be the legend composition, or it could be the fact that they're in a tournament. Some people kind of get the jitters, the nerves, and they completely shut down or shut off during a tournament, and they don't have that confidence as they would in a ranked game or in a pub match. Yeah. And that's something you're going to adjust to with experience. So once you play in these weekly tournaments or these seasonal tournaments, you're going to adjust and you're going to feel fine. You have to find that confidence within you. I'm kind of you have to have both on your team. You have to have someone that wants to get kills, but you have to have someone that's constantly watching your back, looking at how many squads are left, looking around to make sure your team doesn't die. You kind of have to have that balance on every team. I find when I was playing Stormpoint this season, I'm the defensive character, the person that never wants to fight, but if you mix that with someone that always wants to fight, then you could find the balance to perfectly end up winning this out. There is less than 10 teams, as we've stated before. Fighting right now, like fighting in the beginning, is a lot better than fighting in the end because you know you're going to get third-partied immediately in the end. So try and find that fight early on, especially if you think you can beat another team.
Well, we are going to take a very quick break. We'll be right back because Game 4 is underway soon. So do not go anywhere. Do not leave. We will see you in just a second. It is time for your impromptu Apex Legends Master Circuit halftime show. My name is Randy. This is Girl. We're going to break down some of the best moments so far after games 1, 2, and 3, but we're also going to chat a little Apex. Going to have a chance to maybe read a couple of comments from the chat, bring them into the conversation, and also just a little bit give ourselves a chance to speak on the meta and on what we've been seeing so far throughout the day. And, you know, Girl, it's an opportunity for us to kind of also expand on anything that we might have noticed that we think is an interesting topic for players and for viewers at home that they may want more information on.
Yeah, we'll try and educate, teach, or even teach ourselves a little something or two.
That's right.
From watching these pro players play it out in this tournament today.
All right, so remember, just quickly sign up, get involved at compete.playstation.com to be involved in these kind of tournaments. We've done this one before, and we're going to do it again, so just make sure you guys remember the website, compete.playstation.com. But we've got a lot to go through. Game 1, that was a bit of an interesting kind of environment because we didn't know how fast teams were going to fight, but it turned out that Finn, Raymond, and Sarah were no strangers to fighting. They took one right away on the eggshell, and they came out on top.
Yeah, they did have the high ground initially to begin with, so they were able to shoot down onto their opponents and end up getting these first kills and to gain the confidence and momentum that they needed for this whole tournament altogether, and that's what makes them our best team yet so far.
You saw TXC continue to run into members of AXFF and the rest of these incredible players in this lobby, but there was no mercy from Raymond and the R301. Sarah would show up a little bit later in game 2 and stun us all, but this was just the beginning of Raymond saying no chances. And I like this approach. We kind of almost started making some talking points about the fact that you can really chase players for quite a while in the way these lobbies are set up here in EU.
Yeah, and that was the last rat of the first team that they fought there, or the second team that they fought, and they ended up cleaning them out. This was our end zone here, which we kind of hesitated to know who had the better position here, but we did see some aggressiveness from our solo player, Taylor, utilizing the jetpacks, going down, getting a knock, jumping back up, and absolutely beaming this person there on the bridge. And to be honest, they should have seen Taylor to begin with, so they really got to keep their eyes open in this. And there's TXC with the 2v1 situation, the Havoc. Turbocharger, it's so strong right now. I really like that they buffed it, but I'm really, I really find it questionable that they nerfed the L-Star when I feel like it wasn't the most utilized gun last season.
Yeah, I kind of am with you on that one. I think the L-Star is a tricky weapon. And it brings me to just kind of an interesting aside where energy weapons have always been slightly tricky, where they're either extremely valued or they're kind of useless for the most part. I think the Devotion was always initially on that uber valuable weapon and suddenly became, the Havoc is much better. You want to pay attention to it. The Triple Take had its moment in the sun. The L-Star definitely had its moment, but then, of course, it's been sliding backwards, and now we find that energy weapons are not at the top of almost any hierarchy. We did see some Devotion play from the Caustics and heavy Fortify characters in Sweden, so I don't think it's out, but a Turbocharger almost a complete prerequisite, and as you mentioned, the Havoc kind of always leaning towards the best of both worlds from the Devotion and the L-Star in terms of damage control and reliability, splitting the difference between those two things. But it was a story of TXC coming out on top after a very aggressive game 1. But game 2, boy, that would start a little even spicier than where game 1 ended, as we got to see some fantastic highlights from that with none other than Sarah taking on what many would have considered an impossible task.
Absolutely. This was the biggest clutch, I would say, from the whole tournament. Sarah, with this 106 headshot on the person down low, immediately uses the missiles here to stun and do 95 damage, getting another knock. They did get the revive off it. I don't know what the thought process here was, running out in the open by the Bloodhound, but I don't know why we didn't go for the revive here. We're in Newcastle. We have the shield there when we go for the revive, but Sarah's shots were incredible. Amazing. And I hope that clip goes viral. You casted it really well earlier today. Clippers, they've had their game to win, and they've had to really fight through this whole game. They ended up winning the fight in Command Center. Now they pushed up. They took a lot of damage, but they were able to heal up before they pushed in, being aggressive, playing it slow afterwards. After they got their kills, they were able to collect themselves, heal back up, and end up winning the game. AXFF, this was really nice. Watching the aggressiveness from Bio playing here. It's a 1v2 and we're still flying up and we go for the kick. The zone does a lot of damage. We're trying to pull off this 1v2. We get Raymond here, which are incredibly talented players, all of these players right here, but ends up getting shot in the back and ends up going down. And then we have Clippers taking advantage of the whole situation. The Horizon Arrow comes through, but it doesn't seem to stop him as he goes in with the PK to finish it off.
What a story, too. And that would be Clippers just bringing in, in many ways, the newest version of Apex Legends in our tournament. Them not being a part of Lobby 1, but then bringing in Newcastle, who definitely had an impact in small ways. We haven't seen quite some of the statement plays that we've seen Albrelelli make on Newcastle in some of these in-zone clips that he shared across Twitter and on YouTube. But we have seen a very consistent, effective, methodical style of contribution that Newcastle has brought to these teams. So we'll see if that continues in Game 4. But we still had one game after Game 2, girl, and that tended to get us into a new conversation of, will we see TXC and Clippers just run away with this tournament, or will anyone else show up and start vying for the top? And the answer was certainly yes in Game 3. That would be Baguette ESL, as of course sometimes he has a remote broadcast. We have a little things take the pace off a bit differently, but at this point, though, the pace was all with Baguette. They would start the chase, and it would go on for a while, girl. I mean, they got their marathon in. It was a 5K Apex style. It was a spy movie. They were in and out of different vehicles. They were throwing ultimates. But unfortunately, that would end in a stalemate. But it wouldn't be the end of that story for either of those teams, as TXC would be in the middle of action as they would see Clippers up on top also trying to get involved, and that would force AXFF into an awkward rotation where TXC would be able to take advantage of that. AXFF still vying for position, even though they've placed quite nicely in this tournament, have not found the same level of kills, and have yet to really put a mark that has been indelible on this. But this is where things got a little tricky. Taylor would peek in and out, goes down, look at that, just about 10 health, but who's there to save the day and force him back? It's Obelix, and in fact, Obelix on Baguette ESL would secure their position and find a kill in the process. TXC was involved and had a chance to maybe turn this around, but Raymond poked that Horizon out just too far and paid the ultimate price. It would then be Baguette ESL who would drop from the high ground onto Clippers, who had a chance, but really no chance when you consider what they just did there. Baguette ESL would take the win in Game 3, and they would show up as another team that we all have to pay attention to here.
Yeah, so Baguette ESL, they ended up being aggressive. They all really played their roles well. Like, Taylor went for the wide flank, went for the initial damage, doing a really good job for the opening. But also, Taylor's teammates ended up playing well because they ended up maintaining the high ground, using their cover fire so Taylor doesn't end up going down, and then ending up finishing the job together as a unit and getting that win. So I really like how well their communication, how tight they played together. I feel like from the first game to our third game, they've really improved a lot, and they're starting to feel each other's energies a little bit more right now. So it's really nice to see that. And who knows what will happen. We still have 3 games left to go. So there's going to be some more surprising events, maybe more clutches to come through. What do you think is going to change or differ for the last 3 games?
I think we're going to see more aggression early, especially when it comes to Game 4. I think teams have to decide if this is going to be when they make a move. And I also think that even though there's some closeness at the top, we will see some of those bottom teams be willing to get involved in a fight. And it's not necessarily what always happens. I just kind of feel that there's definitely been a willingness to chase, to fight, to pursue in this lobby. Sometimes we see lobbies where the bottom teams play even more conservatively because they feel that we've got to have a great game, a winning game. We can't die early. We've got to make it to Final Zone and play everything right in order to have a chance. As that goes on, I think we'll see more and more of that reckless abandon start to creep into these players. Remember, a lot of times, the first time on broadcast, I'm impressed with a ton of the players that we've seen so far because it is hard to tell, and the decision-making has been pretty solid. There's been a couple of Dome Shields that have probably gone awry, and there's been a couple of maybe Wraith portals that could have been taken and had revives afterwards, but also there's a lot of elements going on that I can't really blame them because it's a troubled if you do, trouble if you don't type of situation. Yet, girl, I do think that when we head out here into Game 4, and of course all that's coming up, there's going to be a little bit more of the, how do you say, really I think a lot more relaxation in the fact that no more loose, no more tight play, no more conservative play. Everyone is going to be competing at their best and willing to maybe take some more risks than they were willing to take in the beginning.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And you know what? It is better to utilize your abilities rather than save them for when it's too late. So you kind of use your abilities when you think you need to and then tighten up later and like look at your, VOD reviews or your reviews in general and be like, hey, could I have, played a little bit more confident and dodged a few arc starts and then utilized my bubble later on. When the zone's pulling in, I need to save that bubble for those end game kind of like, everyone gets together. I need my bubble at that end game circle because it's such an open circle and we have no cover, right? So those are the things that these players do have to tighten up for in the future.
You mentioned something that I thought was interesting too, as a person who's competed in various different things. I'm not going to go into your Street Fighter history, although maybe, if you want to compete.playstation.com, sign up and try to be like girl. She's won a Street Fighter tournament before, maybe for another broadcast. But for Apex Legends, you've competed in a lot of friendly tournaments across Twitch, across competitive ALGS and Challenger Circuit. You've done almost everything that you can do from a competitor standpoint in Apex. You mentioned nerves. You mentioned coming into it and playing it under the lights. It's a different environment. Can you describe a little bit of like, even you, if you've ever felt any bit of a difference when it's an ALGS time or it's a tournament time versus just playing those ranked games? What goes on in your mind and the things you do to maybe cope with that or prepare for that?
I feel like I have a different kind of pressure. So I've casted for ALGS for a long time, and then I decided to compete again in ALGS after taking a long break, right? So the nerves were there. The lack of experience, I would say, was there. The lack of confidence was there because, hey, you don't compete for a year. You go back into competing with all of the big dogs. It's like, what? You're so nervous. You're like, I feel like I'm so behind, right? And the pressure, I feel like, as a woman in the space, and like so many people look up to me and they're like, oh my God, we're cheering for you. We're cheering for you as a content creator, content creator overall, right? So I just got back into competing. I have so many people cheering for me. And then I have that nervousness of letting everyone down or letting the people that look up to me that hope I do well. I'm just like, oh my God, I'm going to let them down. So that shows in your play style. That shows in your game. Being confident, as you can see in this tournament, the more confident, the nothing to lose type of style can help a lot. Because if you're playing constantly scared, you're not going to take fights or you're not going to do as well as you could. So yeah, the nerves are a really big thing, and I can understand them a lot because I've been through that kind of thing. Like, I'm the type of person that just, don't die. We got to stay alive till the end. This is a battle royale, just don't die. But in reality, killing teams create space for you. So right. Killing teams in the beginning will allow you to have more places to play in the end. Or clearing out a team from behind will allow you to play edge. Like, you really have to think of it in the big perspective. So don't be nervous. Try and play like with no weight on your shoulders, I guess. I don't know. You kind of just want to play playing day to day is different than playing in a tournament, because I felt like there was so much pressure. But playing day to day, I can just be like, oh, I got a knock, I'm gonna kill the next two. Like, I get so confident. It shows in your play style and in your games.
It's a great perspective, and thanks for sharing, because I know a lot of people don't have that experience, let alone have that insight into the real conversations that go on inside a mind that is in the competition phase, and versus someone who plays Apex. It feels like it's the same game. There shouldn't be too much of a difference. There certainly is, and a lot of it has to do with the mental space, and a lot of it has to do with, like you said, being overly aggressive early. I tend to think from an Apex competitive standpoint, I think this is from games in general, from my time in hero shooters, in MOBAs, and of course working at a game studio for 3 years and kind of being on the developer side of things. Watching high-level players is really a lot about watching players who want to make as little mistakes as possible. But notice, like, if you lived a life like that, you wouldn't be traveling and going bungee jumping, right, or hang gliding, or, maybe even sailing, right? I mean, like, what if the boat, crashes and you're out at sea? There would be a lot of things you miss if you try to minimize risk. And that sometimes isn't to your overall benefit. And I think in competitive gaming, that's what happens. Pros understand there are so many things at stake, not just my reputation, not just my chance, but the people who are supporting me. And, when you're coming up in a new scene, there's less of that. When you're more established, there's more of that. And it's something that the fans don't always account for. They look for the performance, they judge that, but they don't judge what it really takes to say, I'm going to also take positive risk. I'm going to go out on a limb and do something that is risky, and everyone is still counting on me. And I know that I have to just believe and take that step, not knowing how it's going to work out. It's a challenging thing to do, but when you see plays like what Sarah did in this tournament, and you go, how risky was that? I mean, she could have just gotten out of there. How many players do we know would have just ran as a Valk, right? No need to do all that. But there's something so great on the other end of it that it's great to hear your insight onto maybe some of the hurdles to overcome as a high-level player. We've seen that, and we're going to see that again. Obviously, we're still getting ready for Game 4. We've gone through a little bit of our kind of halftime break here, and we are kind of looking at maybe, trying to include. I'm actually really interested to see. My big thought to you, girl, is where is the meta heading for Apex Legends? Where do we see kind of the next month evolving? Because we've got our last legend that's going to be in before championships. We've got a ranked season still on Stormpoint, going to reset, I believe, to World's Edge, I think we had talked about. And we got a new patch that just came in. What's kind of, in your mind, the direction of where things are heading, or where you see could be a really valuable way to take, kind of play styles if they're changing, or maybe compositions? Utah asked me about Newcastle. What do you think about Newcastle? Will that be an impact heading into the next couple months of Apex?
Well, Newcastle has been really great, and Albrelelli has been playing the best Newcastle that I've seen, but I'm not 100% sure if it will continue in, like, the biggest tournaments, I know Hal, I believe, said, I think it was last night that I was watching. I've been watching them play a little bit as I've been playing myself, so I haven't been watching too much. But he does believe that Newcastle is viable. Maybe with the Watson, it's viable. Like Watson, Newcastle, and Valk and Scan Beacon, so you can.
We
go
saw
to
a lot of
Watson
in Sweden, right? I mean, that kind of APAC North is
Watson,
Watson
with crypto, right?
Yep.
We've seen the Watson with crypto. I guess we've seen Watson without crypto as well. We've seen Caustic as well. The team that won ended up playing Valk, Gibby, Caustic, right? So
Yep.
Caustic does kind of counter Newcastle a little bit, because if you can throw nades or your ulti behind the shield, but if they have a Watson, then you can't throw your caustic ulti and you can't throw your nades, so you'd have to destroy the gen first, and then it's kind of like a shooting battle. But with Newcastle, you have so many shields, like the passive shield, the tactical shield, and the ultimate shield. It's crazy, and you have to utilize it well. Like, I've watched your YouTube video with the Newcastle clutches, but I've also seen live on stream that Mac used his Newcastle ultimate to go forward in a position while Hal was healing, and then he just ended up getting aped and died for being a little bit aggressive with the shields. So
double-edged sword, right?
Yeah, you gotta tidy it up a little bit. Make sure you don't ulti while your teammate takes damage or isn't ready to push forward or guard you when you push forward. But he is an incredible Newcastle. I'd say to watch him if you want to learn, all the different things you could do with Newcastle. I would say like he's one of the better players. And as to what you were saying before, so the pro players play this certain style, right? Mm-hmm. But if you're in different tournaments, like we were saying, you have to adapt to those styles. Now, yes. I look up to these pro players a lot and watch them and try and learn from their play style. But then when I go into a different tournament where people are pushing me, when my brain's like, no, they shouldn't be pushing me, they wouldn't do that in ALGS, right. Well, you have to adapt. No one teaches you that as a viewer or as a player in the tier 2 scene. Is maybe that's not the best way to play where you're at.
Right.
You get that?
Yeah. I mean, it's great. I mean, it's because, you are going to be, it's got a little bit like me. I have a 7 soccer league that is, 7v7. I mean, the normal game is played 11v11 around the world, but, sevens is different. And it means more touches to the ball. It means 1v1, you're to goal. There's a lot less you have to do to get the job done. But also it can create some bad habits, because then you go to 11-11, you try to take one player on and beat a goal, and you're facing 2 defenders and you're in the corner by yourself, no support, nobody to work with. So I think that's exactly kind of what you're bringing up. It's like, you have to be able to adapt, use the habit while you're adapting, and then get rid of it the second you need to go back into a different environment. And that's what it means to be a pro. That's ultimately what it means. The ability to be a professional, I was always described, my coach is telling me, it's just the speed at which you do things, the speed at which you receive the ball, you pass the ball, you touch the ball. Everybody knows how to. If I gave you an hour, you could receive a ball and pass it in the direction generally. And it's more about, can you do it in half a second, right? Can you do it in half a second when somebody's sprinting at you full speed and you're also moving, and with picking the corner of your eye up to be able to find that through ball. And I think that's kind of where we're looking at seeing the distinction. This tournament, too, has given us like kind of an eye on newer players, newer teams. And that's kind of the benefit of this. In a scene like Apex, have you been around? Now, I don't really want to talk about the other scenes, but is it kind of something that's special? Because to me, I see it as special. How many opportunities we're seeing, not only just PlayStation tournaments, but opportunities there are for upcoming Apex professionals and aspiring amateurs to turn pro, the opportunities that they have to compete on big stages like this.
Yeah, it's incredible. There's lots of weekly tournaments. There's a lot of videos that you can watch. There's a lot of Twitch streamers that you can watch. Like, you can watch real pros play in real time and learn from them. So you can watch your favorite streamers if they decide to stream. Some people don't stream tournaments, cough, cough, sweet dreams or something like that. But watching them play in their scrims, even, like, you learn so much. I mean, I watched Sweet Dreams IGL in a scrim before, and I'm like, guys, we're doing exactly what he did when I went into the tournament. Like, I'm like, we're playing this spot and we're gonna win, right? So as an aspiring pro, there's so much information that you can gather from watching things. And then there's so much time that you can just go into a ranked game and try new things, try new strategies, look for new spots to play. There's always these friends that I have, like Lippin or Arthur, that they find like these rat spots on the map. I'm like, who has the time to just fly up into these rocks and like, aren't you playing the game? But it's really neat because it comes in handy when you play in tournaments like today's tournament. Like we've seen some rots, some of them succeed, some of them make the third place. It's hard to win a tournament as a rat, like a full game. It almost never happens, but you know, people like Hardeki have pulled something off like that before. So it's they're rats. I mean, there's so much you could do. There's so many tournaments you can play, so many opportunities out there for sure.
This is a great esport to be involved in. There is no doubt about it. And very, very excited to kind of continue to highlight these teams over the course of today. And we will have, just so everyone knows, the way this tournament structure will work, 3 more sleigh days and a grand final. So we'll have the opportunity to see more players who we haven't seen before on PlayStation competing here, but we'll also have the opportunity to kind of showcase different styles of those teams that show up, because it's not going to be the same every week. Even this lobby today in EU is going to be different than our North American lobby a little bit later in the afternoon, and that's going to showcase maybe some different numbers. I'm curious to see how that would look, you know, with maybe more of a 20-team lobby versus the kind of 7-8 team lobby that we have right now, because there is a difference in the way that these teams are accustomed to playing, and it's not this much space. And even though it's not that much space, there's been a few teams that have been able to get it done. And that is, of course, our winners of Game 1, 2, and 3, which we will be bringing up here on screen for you guys in just a moment to talk a little bit about those who have been successful. I mean, TXC, let's give a couple of lines about each team here, girl. You know, what's made them click today?
So TXC work really well together, and they're a very, fast-paced type team. As you're talking about earlier, it's not like everyone knows what to do. It's about how fast you do it. Well, I would give that line to this team because Raymond was able to spot out the rats and push them immediately off the bat in their game number 1. Sarah was able to think really, really fast on the spot. She was able to hold her high ground, get the knock, play fast, shoot her shots. I mean, they work really well together as a squad. And I mean, Finn is more on the support role. So Finn is doing his job by making sure that Raymond and Sarah stay alive and shoot in the background. So that's kind of like what TXC stands out to me. What about you?
I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth. Yeah. I was going straight down to Clippers with Jazz, Easterio, and Cheka, who, as you can see, have been very, very successful today, bringing the Newcastle in to much the chagrin of the rest of the lobby. They have played phenomenally. Plat 4 for Cheka, Plat 1 for Jazz, and Z-Stereo, Diamond 4, representing the Diamond charge in that trio, and it has worked out to get them in 3rd place. But of course, it all comes down to our winner of Game 3, who has put themselves just 1 point behind TXC, who's been maybe the most consistent today in terms of eliminations. But in terms of placements, there's been nobody better than Baguette ESL on the day with 28 overall. Girl.
Yep, and Baguette ESL, Taylor has really stood out to me, and it's unfortunate because the people that stand out to the most are the kind of like the fraggers. So you have different roles on each team. You have the fragger, the person that kind of leads the pack, the person that's able to take angles. Like, you can't see a Gibby or a Caustic really run out into the river in the open and take an angle on a team and kind of destroy them because they have bigger hitboxes, they have no escape, right? So I'd like to shout out to every individual on the team, like TXC, make sure you're shouting out Finn. Make sure you're checking to see if Finn is a streamer too and not just Sarah and Raymond. And make sure to go give them a follow, give them some support on their socials. And again, with Baguette ESL, Taylor really stood out because Taylor was the one to take the angles in the windows, do 150 through that window, and end up staying alive when Pere and Obelix ended up going down in that first game. And Taylor ended up getting a knock on their own, but also doing a lot of damage and staying alive on the eggshell building that we were talking about earlier.
Well, that's where it stands after 3, and we are jamming. We have had a heck of a halftime show here. We hope you've enjoyed it. We have had a little bit of a patch, and so the players are getting themselves ready to go. We've got a quick ETA, hopefully coming soon on when we'll be back live and ready. But we are going to take a quick break. Until then, hopefully you've got a lot of Apex to think about, talk about. Don't go anywhere. Keep this channel open. Maybe grab a little water, but come back very, very soon because we'll be here with Game 4 starting up in no time.
Calling all fighters. The PlayStation Tournament's FGC Arcade is back with the Summer Community Series starting this June.
Let battle commence.
Get ready for 6 weeks of scorching competition and awesome prizes across your favorite fighting games. Sign up in-game, on your PS4 console, or on the competition center at compete.playstation.com for your chance to win cash prizes and a round-trip ticket and competitor pass to EVO 2022. Think you're up for the challenge?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PlayStation Tournaments Apex Legends Master Circuit. Let's get that one out. My name is Rain Day. I'm joined by Girl, the phenomenal streamer and caster and buddy in Apex Legends. I'm excited to continue casting with you. We are still having an update going on for our players, so while we are waiting for that to continue, let's take care of some housekeeping here with the compete.playstation.com mention, because this is exactly where we are, why we're all here today, why you're watching, because people signed up on compete.playstation.com, checked out that we had this master circuit going on, qualified, and then now are making it here onto the broadcast days. So that is how it starts. You have a chance to be in this position if you want, or you have a chance to just find out all of the cool things that we're looking at, whether it's the FGC Summer Arcade Series, which I'm looking forward to, girl, because I'm a big fighting game fan, and not to have too much of a tangential aside around fighting games when we're having an Apex tournament here, but I know you want a Street Fighter tournament. I know that you had to practice for that one. I do just want to have maybe a couple of words on that experience for you, because it's something that these players, these people watching, might have a chance to do themselves if they sign up.
Absolutely, I sure can. So back in the day, I've played fighters back on PlayStation 2. Actually, I used to play a Dragon Ball fighter game. So I played fighting games when I was very young, but I kind of got out of them as I played Call of Duty on PlayStation. So I ended up doing like more FPS, but then I had this opportunity to play in a big tournament with a variety of games. So it had Halo, it had Apex Legends, it had CSGO, and it had Street Fighter. Street Fighter was the final. So I haven't played Street Fighter at all, and none of us did. So there were 4 of us. None of us played Street Fighter. We all had a week
Not once.
to prepare.
You had never played the game? What? Not even growing up on the? Wow.
No.
Wow. Okay.
It was Dragon Ball back in the day. I'm like a anime. I don't know. I played like Ratchet and Clank on PlayStation. I played
classics.
Yeah. Anyway. So I had no idea what I was doing, and at the end of my at the end of one of the games, someone mentioned you should get a coach for Street Fighter, and I ended up going on Fiverr and getting 2 coaches for Street Fighter to teach me the game, because one coach wasn't enough, because it was like 1-hour sessions, and I can't play the game by myself because I had no idea what I was doing. So I ended up getting 2 coaches.
2 coaches. Wow.
I hired 2 coaches to teach me the game. One of my coaches recommended my character, and I'm forgetting the name of the character. It's the guy with the red jacket, very strong
Bison.
guy.
Bison.
Bison.
Yeah.
And Bison. He's really, really fun, and he has this like teleport skill. You could teleport and fight. I got to learn so much on like what fighting games were all about. Like you have to defend at the right time. You have to crouch and defend if they're using a low attack, the mid attacks. I have a PlayStation controller, so I played on PlayStation, but like PlayStation controller, but on my computer. And it was really interesting, to say the least. And training was really hard. So when you're playing a video game, no matter what game it is, it was kind of like you have to get the muscle memory in. So I had a week to prepare the muscle memory. I don't think my opponents were very happy with me because I put so much effort into training and doing well. It was like a $20,000 tournament.
Wow.
And they didn't put almost any effort, I think, into training for it. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do, okay? I'm a very competitive person. I've lost my Apex tournaments.
We know.
Yeah, I've lost my Apex tournament, so I had to make up for it. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to lose this next Apex tournament, so I might as well win the Street Fighter tournament. I got to win something, right? And I come in, and they're like, oh, my God, she's like level 7. I'm level 1. She's level 7. And they start panicking, and they all picked a different character than me. So they might have not known what my character did. So they didn't know how to play against my character. So it was really fun. Like, And I kind of learned,
And you won, right? You won.
I won.
Look at that. That's awesome.
But I'm not that good.
But it's a great story of your process, right? I mean, and that's all for the fun. And I mean, would you do it again? Maybe not again right away, but wasn't that a fun thing to kind of go outside of your comfort zone, or maybe compete in that way?
It's a great growing experience. I feel like I was growing as a person because I went out of my comfort zone, because I put so much practice and effort into something that I had no idea anything about. And I actually ended up liking the game, which it's weird because I'm naturally more talented at FPS games. I don't think I'm naturally talented, but more talented than a mobile or a fighting game. So, I had a really nice coaches, which really helped me. They were so nice, so helpful. They're like, you can do it, you can do it. I mean, honestly, buy friends if you have the money. No, I'm just kidding. But for me at that moment in my life, I'm just like, these friends are amazing. They're they're my coaches. They're not really my friends, but they became my friends. I became to like them as people. So that was awesome. Oh, and there's a new Street Fighter coming out soon. Did you see the trailer?
I did not. That's something that I think all of our fighting game fans would have to pay attention to, and a great way to pay attention to that and to get into the scene and have some experiences like Girl. Thank you so much for sharing that specific experience, because I think it's something that it shows you got out of your comfort zone. There's people in here who are like, that could be cool, but maybe not me. I've never played Street Fighter. I've never played Mortal Kombat. Neither did Girl. She ended up winning her tournament. So this is an opportunity for you. Sign up and play. There's competitions, and that's fun in general. And, of course, there's prizing for you to go ahead and claim something after all of that effort. We're not saying you have to get coaches on Fiverr, though. You don't have to do it that way. You definitely don't have to get two. But it would be good to play the game before you jump in there. It's all on compete.playstation.com for more Apex Legends, of course, fighting game tournaments and everything PlayStation tournaments. Check compete.playstation.com. We are channeling back into the energy of our tournament today as we are in the first part of a double header, so to speak. We've got Europe today in the morning. It was 9 a.m. Pacific time for me. You're in Canada, Girl. What time is it for you over there?
When we got on for practice, it was 11:50 a.m. So when the tournament actually went live, I think it was 1 p.m. when we went live here on the show.
Okay, so some of you are going to have a little bit of a later day, staying with us the entire broadcast. I'm still around 11:30 my time, but we are kicking off the rest of Europe soon. And, of course, in North America, we actually have a really interesting lobby that's going to be showing up too. Expect more teams, more competition, and I think, Girl, too, more variety, because, of course, the more opportunity we get to see a 12, 15, 18, 20 team lobby, we're going to see more legend compositions and really see how they clash against each other, in a full-blown situation.
Yeah, and most teams won't be able to do what they're doing today, so they're going to have to adapt from today's games. Like Raymond, Sarah, and Finn, they were really aggressive, right? But in the playoffs, maybe they're going to have to change their playstyle. Maybe they'll keep the same playstyle. Maybe it'll work out for them, but they're probably going to get third-partied a lot more when we get into our final week of the seasonal.
All right, so I want to shift, because we still have a little bit of time, to what a lot of us do when we are not on broadcast. I have a YouTube channel. You have a stream and a YouTube channel as well, but majority streaming, talking, interacting with players in real life, throughout real time. There's questions that people have about Apex Legends the second that they log into this game. Even someone who's looking at this game and going, this looks cool. All these abilities, and look at Sarah. I mean, that was cool. 1v3. I could do that and jump in. Okay. Wow. I've got to learn a lot. What are some of the most common questions you think people ask you and that you have answers for on your stream as far as improving or how to do something? And is there anything that you kind of lean towards in terms of advice that you give for players when they jump in asking, Girl, how do I take it to the next step? How do I improve my game in Apex?
Well, everyone has something that they need to improve on, and I feel like it's, to each their own. Like each individual person might have to work on something different. For example, you might watch a lot of Apex, so you know a lot of what to do.
Yeah.
But your aim is not quite there. So as I did in Street Fighter earlier, I had to practice these combos, right? In Apex Legends, you have to practice your aim if you're not able to unclip someone from a medium distance or a close range distance. You really got to practice. So there's the training range that you can go in and you can 1v1 a friend and you practice your aim. If you really want to get good at a game, it's a little bit of work. You can't just can't just play and expect to get better. You will get better, but maybe not as fast as you would if you actually had a game plan on how to get better. What do I want to improve today? What do I want to spend 1 hour of doing and get the muscle memory in those thumbs on the PlayStation controllers, right? So there's the sensitivity that you can have changed on PlayStation. You could ask your favorite pros what kind of settings that they use, and so on and so forth. But that's just one aspect. So that's just aim, right? And then there's the game sense. So you can watch pro players, people that you admire, people that you like for their personality. Anyone that's generally one rank higher than you or more, right? So if you are a platinum level player, if you watch a diamond player, I'm sure you're going to learn something, right? If you watch a pro player or an Apex Predator, you're going to learn something. So just watching a little bit, watching guides on YouTube as well can help. Go to Rain Day Gaming's channel. He always finds these really cool clips of like these special moments that not everyone has seen. So I know you find like viral clips and you post about them. So like just seeing what other people can do, seeing that the Newcastle can connect to the Valkyrie that flew in the air. Like not everybody knows that. If you just play the game, you're not going to know because you don't experience all these things. But if you go ahead and you're on social media or you're on YouTube, big shout out to Rain Day. Go subscribe to him.
I appreciate it, girl. And, your tips really, I think, are so fundamental to what people need to be told. I'm not afraid to tell someone the honest truth that it is going to take work to get better at this game. And it's a worthwhile work, though, because, there are games that you can put a lot of work in, cap out very quickly, and be like, I'm the best at this. There's no version of me that needs to improve because I've already done all this. But guess what? In Apex, the benefit of doing your work is you get exponential value for your opportunities to continue to improve. Because as you level up to level 1, what happens when you walk on to level 2? You see that the room's a little bigger. There's actually more to explore. You find a hidden door that takes you up the staircase to level 3, and then all of a sudden you're outside, and you go, "Whoa, this is a whole new world!" And then there's a horse, there's a trident. You can start riding that around. So you find the next opening to level 4, and you realize now you're on a whole different planet, a whole new map. That's the kind of elements of the way I would describe progression in Apex. And I think the difficulty that is for most players to confront is what happens when you watch a player at an Apex Predator level communicating so many things unsaid so fast, and you are just beginning. How do you bridge that gap between where you obviously see is the right way to play, but without any clear instruction on how to take your first step, move your left foot, your right foot, your left foot, swing your arms, and to actually get that locomotion going so that you have a chance to have some momentum moving upwards?
Yeah, sometimes, like I said earlier, it's like playing the game helps you improve, and getting that game sense isn't easy because you have to kind of know the feel. How does it feel to get one clipped? How do you know, like, when the time to go around the corner and hide and heal? Like, how do you know if you're able to heal from the distance you are from your opponent, right? Like, those kind of things, they're like a game sense. It's kind of something you just feel out as you play, and as you get away with certain things or you don't get away with certain things, because sometimes you'll heal, you'll get pushed, and you'll die. Sometimes you'll heal behind your teammate's knockdown shield and you might be able to live, right? So those things kind of come with experience. But as we were talking about, how do you improve when you're just learning, right? First of all, you want to make sure you're having fun, because you're not going to want to improve if you're not finding any joy in what you're doing. So you want to make sure you're not taking it too seriously all the time. That's why I suggest, like, if there's something you want to improve each day, work on it for whatever amount of time that you've got. If you've only got 30 minutes after work on it for those 30 minutes. If you've only got an hour, work on it for an hour. For me, when I was playing Street Fighter, it was a new game to me, right? So I was actually getting really tired after my learning sessions because I'm not used to learning something different. So if you're new to Battle Royales or FPS games or Apex Legends, play for an hour, figure out what you want to learn, whether it's like the character's abilities, your aim, the map. Learning a map in itself is difficult. When new maps come out, you have to like learn, oh, I didn't know there's a room here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what kind of building this is, what kind of windows there are in this building. Where are my threats? Where am I safe? You know what I mean? You got to think of all that when it comes. There's so much in Battle Royale or in Apex Legends. So that's definitely something you got to do. But in life in general, sorry, I just want to say this one last thing. In life in general. You know what?
I'm going to have to shut you off right here.
Okay.
I can't. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead. We got time. In general, in life, it doesn't matter whether it's a video game or if it's just in your day-to-day. Improving something small each day will build up in the big picture of things, right? So whether it's like you want to be a better communicator, better at your job, a better friend, a better daughter, whatever, you can think about it and just, do the little things, and it'll amount to a lot. Great advice. I wanted to let that end without, give you a little silence at the end of that so we can clip that and share it to the world. That is sound advice that will get you far in life, regardless of Apex or not, just a little bit better each and every day. It's never an easy conversation to tell someone on the internet what to do without, knowing their personal experience. It's a very difficult thing to try to do a cure-all tonic, you know what I mean? Snake oil, so to speak, to where if you prescribe it, you drink it, everything that's wrong with you will get better. I don't think we believe that one anymore now. But what I do try to say to most people, and the way that I've actually transitioned my content, which is kind of an interesting journey. I did a lot of beginner stuff earlier on, and that was really what was the staple of my content for the mini games that I've done in many different contexts. I'm really good at teaching that early stuff. But as the game grows and you become more ingrained in the community, the novice level players and the newer players coming in as fast as they were in the first 3 years just slows down dramatically. And you've got people who are either somewhat familiar with the game or all the way up to very advanced. And how do you teach those people? Well, I think what it is you break down the reasons that they're not able to see what these high-level players are doing and what they're doing and the difference. Because a lot of the time, shooting guns, winning a 1v1, not winning and surviving, those things look like they're just, well, it happened to me. That's the way it went. But most importantly, when you really take a second and you rewind a moment, and I've had this with breaking down players like Hal or Timmy or Ace, or, even Hockey, who's a great in-game leader. Sweet Dreams, talked about him. A lot of different pros have these unique small things that they do so well that go unnoticed. But if you just take that one element, like Hal, for example, Imperial Hal, incredible at being a very simple, cover-focused, efficient player. And you can look at him and you can look at Asu or Dizzy, who are known for their flashy kind of styles. They both get the job done. So why does Hal not have to triple backflip aerial, to get a kill, and Asu keeps doing that? Well, part of it, that's Asu's style and his content. But what makes Hal still so effective? And those questions being answered in videos for people in 15, 25 minutes long allow them to go, okay, wait, I can I can line of sight more often. Like, I can play behind cover. I can, reload outside of engaging in a fight versus trying to reload while I'm in the middle of my gunfight. I can work on my positioning. That stuff I can do. And I think that makes Apex that much more of an accessible experience for everyone. So much like what you're saying, girl, it is taking it a step by step. It is going, okay, maybe what element of this aspect of what makes, Hal great or this player great do I want to work on? But then it's also part of it acknowledging, like, I need to know what those things are that I can be adding in my game. And a really number one thing, too, that I look at is say, always record yourself. I think as streamers and YouTubers, we have an unfair advantage in some ways. We watch how we play, and we actually criticize and critique ourselves by watching back our gameplay, which if you're a normal player, you never do. Nobody ever does that just playing on their PlayStation at home. If you can get into the habit of that, you will see so much more of the mistakes that you make, and you'll start to realize, oh, wow, I did not have to push that player. I could have just taken it easy. I was so aggressive there. If I just sit on my high ground, they're going to come to me. I got greedy. And then that, honestly, can be one of the biggest early adjustments, I think, to becoming a better player quickly on your own terms.
I completely agree with that. It was just yesterday where we were playing ranked, and my teammates are like, oh, what happened? Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? So I go into the VOD immediately, and I'm like, hey, okay, let me see what happened. Why did I HTTP here, and why did I not run this way? And then I'm like, oh, I made a big mistake. I was almost full HP. I should have risked walking out that door and getting shot, because at least I would have potentially lived, whereas I tried HTTPing a different direction, and there was a 0% chance that I would live. But I was trying to separate my teammates and I so that someone would live. But anyway, no one ended up living from that. But if I actually went with my teammates outside of the Jurassic Park door and then used my HTTP with all three of us into the eggshell building, then we potentially could have survived. So I felt a little bit bad, but it's okay to feel bad. It's okay to make mistakes, because that's where you learn from it. That's step one, Rain Day, you mentioned, realizing what you did wrong. And it's a big part of how you improve. And I guess I've streamed the beginning days of Apex Legends, so that's probably how I've become to get better and better over the years. I never really thought of it like that, because I was a good Call of Duty player on PlayStation back in the day, and I never streamed. Mm-hmm. But maybe I could have been an even better player if I had.
It's amazing because, listen, when you open yourself up to criticism, you're going to get it, right? People are going to say, that wasn't great. Or, even casting today, we had a couple, moments where it's, hey, it could have been a better ultimate or ability usage. But that allows you to see that could have been better. And if you just take that in stride, you're going to have improvement. Then more so than someone who just never gets that information and keeps repeating the same mistakes. I think totally, streaming, it opens you up to a lot of feedback. Not all of it you need to listen to, but it also opens you to a lot more conversation around inner dialogue around, was that feedback relevant? Was I really out of position? Maybe I was being too greedy. Those are the conversations that start to, in anything, help you to improve and become a better anything, engineer, producer, caster, gamer, streamer, absolutely anything in your life, student, husband, father, whatever it is, you go into those elements that you brought up in the real world situations. I think it's really, really great for us to take note and take value. And that's really what it is. Gaming is really that as a journey for many people in just a digital world. How do I become the best version of myself in this game? That's something you can play in life too. And I think it's important to kind of connect those things. I've always tried to do that for people because it sometimes disconnects if you don't connect at all. And I think that is really where the big picture is. Always be improving, always be looking at ways you can take feedback and integrate it positively into your life. Let us know what you guys think about all the stuff that we've been talking about in the chat. We'll definitely be paying attention to it and having it up. We are very close to starting up this game. So reminders that we do have Game 4, 5, and 6 coming up here in this broadcast. We have just a moment for you guys to kind of hold on and take a little bit of a breather. But we will be back in the action very, very soon, girl. And to me, I'm excited. I mean, I don't know if it's time to start recapping and getting back into some of the names that we've been seeing over the course of these last 3 games. I know we've got TXC, we've got Clippers, we've got Baguette ESL, our winners. They've all played fantastically, and I don't think we're gonna have to wait too much longer. I'm hearing that we may be, yes we are, jumping back into game. Big excitement from my end, and I'm sure a lot of the viewers. Thanks so much for hanging with us, guys, as we get into our Game 4 of the PlayStation Tournament's Master Circuit. Brain Day and Girl here on the commentary as we start off with a feisty fight here at the very beginning, and it is TXC in the thick of it yet again.
Yep, Raymond and Finn both ended up low HP, but they ended up taking the kills. This is our #1 seed right now, okay? This is our first place team, our team that's been playing so confidently and eloquently all the way through. They always take these 50-50s. I feel like we've seen them in the beginning land kind of the north end, and we've seen them land Fish Farm, and now we're seeing them land here. So I don't know what they're up to, but they really are confident in landing anywhere and taking any 50-50, which is really impressive.
I mean, I think this is where you start to see a team being so consistent, right? They're leading by 1 point. It's really because every single game, no matter where they place, they win 3 points of KP and placement right off the first fight. So that's got to be a huge impact for them.
It really has, and now they're leading by 4 points since they got these extra 3 kills.
That's right.
So they're creating that gap between them and the second place team. Here we have Bled. Looting high point doesn't give the best loot. As you can see, they're still on triple white armor, so I'd like to, question them as to why they landed here out of all places, because it's not going to be good to go into mid-game, late-game with the loot that they currently have, but we still got lots of time until the late ring closes through.
Well, we are in a smaller lobby than usual. This is what's going to happen for the remainder of Europe and has been for the course of the day. That doesn't mean anything. For NA, which will be starting after this, so we will see the numbers there, but we are in a very heated lobby, despite there only being about 7 teams landing. And it has been run by the likes of TXC so far, Finn, Raymond, 1313, and Sarah. We had some fun Twitter interactions with Sarah and Raymond and Finn. Shout out to Raymond for saying that we make it fun to listen to a 6-game lobby. I appreciate that, man. I think it's fun to listen to some Apex. It's a PlayStation tournaments regardless, but I'm glad we're along for the ride. And I know Sarah had that clip shared underneath one of her tweets, and she was quote tweeting you. I think she said she was honored that Girl had tweeted back at her and mentioned. So, Girl, going out there blessing the community.
I didn't even see
with
that.
Your praise.
Oh, that's so sweet. I mean, these players are amazing, and I mean, no matter what kind of level you are in Apex Legends, I feel there's always that uniqueness, or always, you know what I mean, like in each individual, and it's not really important to be like, oh, Sarah's not as good as Hal. We don't need to be comparing each other, right? Sarah is better today than she was yesterday, and that's really admirable, right? Like that's honestly the only person you should be comparing yourself to is yourself. You want to improve a little bit each day, or maybe you're happy with yourself, and that's perfectly okay too. But in a game perspective is what I'm talking about. It's like, hey, Sarah, after that 1v3 clutch, you're gonna be feeling better than you were yesterday, in my opinion. Unless she's maybe used to that. You never know. Maybe she's used to clutching 1v3s, which is perfectly awesome in itself.
She's like, I clutched the 2 1v3s yesterday, so I'm feeling worse today, actually. Girl, thanks for bringing that up.
Hey, we got 3 games left to go. You got more time to clutch another one.
It's not over. It's not over. That's true. It is certainly not. We are in the middle of it all, and a nice use of the Newcastle mobile shield. I find that to be one of the nicer elements of it too, because, you know, you want to get that recon beacon, boom, you got a shield for it, and you don't have to throw the whole kit and caboodle. Sometimes when you see that Gibraltar Dome shield go out, it is just like, let's go. It's time. They've got nothing because so many people rely on that shield as a part of their what they play around, the way that they even pick their weapons, whether it's shotguns and things like that. The Newcastle shield isn't that same type of shield, girl. I don't think people play around it that much in terms of their game plan. It's more of something that's just really nice to have and goes with all of the other elements that he's bringing to the table.
Yeah, I played a little bit of Newcastle when Newcastle first got released in Apex Legends, and honestly, the tactical can get destroyed, especially if it's fired at by multiple people, and I didn't expect it to get destroyed that fast and ended up going down, so I was like, oh no, I'm definitely not an expert in Newcastle yet, but as we mentioned before, Albrelli on Twitch, definitely the person I feel like to learn from, and he loves helping other people and giving advice. He's a very, very down-to-earth, kind individual, so definitely go check him out. But here we're seeing Newcastle as well, and I really like, I don't know if this is their first tournament using Newcastle, but it could very well be, and to have the confidence going in after all of the Stormpoint rank games, it's really nice to see here. So we got AXFF team on the rotation. We're currently in mill, and they're on triple purples right now. There's still 6 squads remaining, and they're all full teams. They're just picking some attachments because potentially they need just a little bit more attachments, but I feel like they should be confident to get into a fight if needed, and they have the Bloodhound scans to go with any type of push. Earlier the better, as we were talking about earlier. If you get an early fight, you're most likely not going to get third-partied in a small lobby like this, but you could go to end zone and play from there as well. And these teams are very skilled individuals, as we saw Bio almost 1v2 earlier today and be so confident on that cliff with the midair kick. Was it a kick or punch? I think it was a kick.
It was a kick. Yeah. A very, very nice kick as well. She's got that side kick. I mentioned the Taekwondo. It's got to be brought from that. She just brings it right up, the heel first. In fantastic form. We got a squad ratting here as well. Not quite.
The Clippers?
The Clippers might be ratting. It's not quite something that they're going to engage on right now. See the gravity cannon being used.
Triple white armors. I hate to see it. I really do. In a small tournament, like not a small tournament, but small lobby like this with not many squads, I feel like you could get a better POI, get some better shields. You're the only team with triple white.
It's tough. That is tough. And I think that's kind of what I think is part of the process of this lobby. There's been a lot that these players have had to face and adjust to, and it's, my hat's off to them, because it isn't maybe even what they've experienced mostly in ranked. So this is a new environment for them, and everyone who's coming out on top is staying hyper laser focused throughout this match to do so. And Baghdad ESL kind of been so consistent as far as landing barometer, having success, finding moments where they can be effective with the crypto ultimate. The only team playing the crypto, and I think that kind of says something here about their intentions and the pace that they go at. An earlier rotating team finding that beacon, like you mentioned, girl. It's so important for crypto players to be able to do that and give their team that information.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see that consistently throughout this tournament, they're always on a beacon building, and with some teams consistently throughout this tournament, they're always kind of ratting on the beacon, on a beacon building, so that they could get the free 3 kills, which is very important, because not only does it give you like a lot more placement points, but the 3 kills, that's like, could be like 7 points total by just winning one team fight. So Definitely gotta be aware of those corners because people do feel confident because there are only 6 teams to run around and do what they want. But if there's a team camping around a corner and catches you off guard, catching you slipping, oh, look in the kill feed. Someone got caught slipping, and I think it's Stefan. Stefan's going down in the kill feed to Pere by the bombardment.
And Chaika, Z-Stereo, Jazz, they missed game 1. And I guess with that being the case, having an impact here to be second in the lobby essentially, or third in the lobby, is a strong sign of how effective they have been in these final circles, making it to 2 of them, winning 1 of them since they've been in. But right now, it is Scoobs. Color Bucket has switched from the Mirage onto the Horizon, and it's just changed the verticality from which he's been taken down. Unfortunately, they will fall, and it will be Taylor, Obelix, and Periteranez of Baguette ESL with that final kill.
I really like that Color Bucket has the flexibility to play new legends. Unfortunately, we don't know what exactly went wrong in that team fight, but something surely did go wrong. We've got TXC. You notice how all these players are taking it real serious. They're all crouching, crawling towards a certain position. This is a great high ground to play actually in this zone. If it does end up pulling to our little Dragon Ball or our egg, a circular building, playing that high ground isn't bad because once the zone moves smaller and smaller, you can play the rocks just ahead of you. So we will see a beacon scan here shortly in 43 seconds. And TXC's just got to watch their back, watch both from Gale Station and Antenna to make sure nobody sneaks up behind them. And they're going to take it easy until the zone closes and closes. But I think Baguette ESL will give us the intel that we're looking for here to see where the zone pulls. We got a almost fully kitted longbow. What do you think about sniper scopes, by the way? What's your favorite sniper scope? Do you prefer 2 to 4, 3x?
I'm a 3x, 4 to 8 man. That's how I like to keep it. Absolutely. There's a moment where a longbow in a map, probably not Storm Point, 2 times would be cool. But I think Storm Point, you know, a Ranger is what you need it at minimum. And 4 to 8s are just so comfortable for me. The 6 times, get it out of here. I mean, it just feels like you're trapped. It feels like you're, you know, just locked in. Your hands are tied to a distance, and it is, and that's the point why it's rare. It's not epic loot, but I love a Ranger, you know, and I think on a longbow it's a really effective middle ground for a weapon like this, considering that you're gonna be up close at times and you're gonna maybe try to hit those hip fire kind of, hey, let me see if I can get a 55 or a big 106, 112 headshot when I run out of ammo from, you know, my R301 or my car, and I've just got to switch quickly to try to get that final bullet. So I like that for the flexibility.
Goodness. Is this a full team? Oh, it is a full team, and that's Bled. Okay, they were on triple white. I'm very proud of them. They've at least managed 2 purples and a blue, so that won't put them at a big disadvantage when it comes to mid-late game. So I'm glad they looted up. And you see here, now that we're halfway through the tournament today, and everyone's gone through their PlayStation Apex updates here, you know, they haven't played in, you know, maybe 30 minutes or so. So they're all very cautious. The momentum that they may have had might be gone right now. So they've got to build it right back up. And oh my goodness, the 106 from across the map with the 3x at that distance? That's incredibly hard.
That is a really, really nice shot. And you could tell why is he doing that? Because he's leveling up the armors for his team. One of the benefits of a sniper early on, at least the charge rifle specifically, and we've seen the longbow come back into play. Sentinel has kind of gone in and out, but we've definitely found that a lot of teams love the strategy of just putting a charge rifle onto a player, letting them level up the Evo shield, do enough damage to get a red Evo, and swapping to the player who has a blue, who has a purple, and doing the same thing again and again and again. It takes a little time, but when you're at barometer and you have everything, you have nothing but time, then that's a great way to make sure your team goes into that final circle with as much shielding as possible. So one of the big benefits of a sniper, I think, in this meta specifically, even if you're not going to be doing a lot of late game fighting with that actual weapon.
Absolutely. And here we have the Volt. I'm not sure what I think about the Volt. I think it's a great weapon, but I do really wish that it was on the ground floor. Picking up energy is it's really weird not having the Volt back on the ground. I like the Volt a lot, and I can't wait to see the next patch, honestly. I hope it comes back. I mean, what do you think that they could put in the care package instead of the Volt? Have you ever thought of something like that?
Ooh.
I mean,
you know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see the R99 or the car go back in there, because I feel like those are weapons that the car definitely has kind of taken the staple SMG kind of position outside of the R99. And the R99, having been in the care package before, was a really fun kind of weapon, but it was almost fun at the wrong time. There were other weapons that I think were more valuable than the R99 there. So when you got that out of the care package, it was almost like when you got last couple of seasons like the G7 Scout out of the care package. It just wasn't that much better than something that you were going to be using already, and you had not really built a playstyle around playing with the G7 anymore. So I think now an R99 Volt switch would be really, really fun, and make the R99 more special, make the Volt more playable and more accessible. I think that would be a great trade.
I don't think it would be too bad, but hear me out on this one. Alternator. What if the alternator, kind of like when it was as good when it had the disruptors? Went back into the care package. What if, because I don't know. I mean, some people like playing the alternator. Actually, a lot of people like playing the alternator, but I don't feel like it does as much damage as the car. So why don't we put the alternator, make it OP in the care package, and then keep kind of that.
That way it has a purpose. Yeah, I feel you. I think Baguette ESL say, well, we don't really need any of that because we've just gotten 3 kills, girl. Rainday, it's nice that you've been theory crafting for us, but the theory's in the R301. I think that's the weapon nobody's ever had any question about. This weapon is all good all the time. And Longbow's still in the hands of Obelix as they look to maybe start joining the party. From this range, this is light work for him, as Gibby, my man Makoa, has found a way to utilize that shot and get himself up to a red Evo. So that strategy has worked perfectly for them. Back at ESL, full red Evos, the only team in the lobby to do so, and that might play a big part of this final circle as they start to approach. Looks like they're making a little bit of a run here towards Dragon Ball. So this egg, one of the lucky 7, if there is 7, might not be so lucky in a moment if Baguette ESL start to get in the fray.
I really like how aggressive AXFF is pulling up on this building, but I don't know if they've done enough damage to actually be able to push it. Oh no, John going down low. Bio also going down low. They have to heal, but this is round 4 closing. They cannot tank all of this damage, this zone damage. They have to get inside, so they're gonna have to hold them out from the inside. Raymond pushing through, almost able to get the knocks. Stereo actually gets a Kraber knock. Yeah.
Wow, back at ESL could be in trouble, but they've got a lot of room to push here because the Kraber is running. But so far, no one has found them on it. Z-Stereo, though, picks up TXC Finn. And so now, back at ESL has to deal with the greatest threat on the map. Not just Z-Stereo, but what the Newcastle has in their hand. Jays, Jazz, Cheka, Z-Stereo, the 3-team squad here, the 3-player squad that has been so successful since entering this tournament against the winners of our final game in Game 3. Will this Kraber be able to be the opening that they need? 114 damage for Z-Stereo to get up to a purple. That would be huge as well. You can tell that the vision is there. It's 115 and it's enough. A shield battery here, and that changes the dynamic because now Obelix has to heal the shield battery and hasn't done so just yet, and there it is. Girl, the difference between the 3 purples and the 3 red is 75 health as a squad. Will it come down to just that to determine a winner here?
Oh, we're about to find out. We could use our ultimate to close the gap here. Can we line a headshot? Oh my goodness, that was so close. We've only got 2 more shots. All right, let's not shoot the gimme weapon. Oh my goodness, 1 last shot. Okay, this is our last and final chance.
I
We
don't
gotta
know.
figure out what we want to do with this ultimate here because we are playing Newcastle. We could push forward,
that.
we could close the gap right now when they're not taking a look at us. Cheka takes way too much damage. We've got the cover fire. Oh, Cheka might have to take the portal back to their team. Okay, this is the last shot we've got, and there we go. That's it for the Kraber. The Kraber is down and dusted. We've only got a flat line left.
And there it is.
And here it comes through. Stereo going up forward by themselves. But we've got Jazz with the cover fire. Stereo taking too much damage. And here we go. The missiles coming through. Can we get the retrade here? No, we haven't got the retrade. Now it's a 2v3 situation. Cheka, PK going in. 88, 27. Can we do this? Can we get a knock?
Oh, almost. There's this Cheka who's left. There's a lot of damage. Needs to be done. I'm not sure Cheka's going to be able to do it. It is Baguette ESL who will claim their second game in a row in our tournament here. And yeah, they're having fun after that win. Well deserved.
Very well deserved. Putting themselves in great positions, taking the island when needed, third-partying when needed, making sure that they got the red Evo shields all up and ready, and none of them tanked a Kraber shot. They were great at maneuvering and not standing still and making sure that, hey, we're not lining up an easy Kraber shot for our opponent. And even if they did tank a Kraber shot, they all had red armor, so they were ready to heal up when needed, and they played beautifully.
Really, really great stuff. It has been a heck of a day for Baguette ESL. 2 wins in a row. Our only team now to finally get 2 wins. And it all started with a little bit of longbow action from Obelix, and it was well worth it, girl. They got themselves up to the highest level of shielding. And, you know, it wasn't too far away from 75. That ended up actually being the difference between them. But 106 is the number to remember off of that shot. It was just a lights-out performance from start to finish. Nothing really stood in their way.
Really nothing, and they managed to take those angles that they needed, and they were very aggressive. Like, they pushed so many teams. I'd like to see how many kills that they had in the beginning. Sometimes when you're farming the Evo shield, you don't get necessarily the amount of kills that you want, but you end up getting the win, and that's what's the most important in any battle royale, managing to get that win. Clippers here, they try and push up, but I don't think they were on the same page there. Maybe they should have went up together. Hard to say.
Yeah, I think it was just a matter of having a bad plan executed well is better than having a good plan poorly executed, and there was just really no plan there, and I think they weren't really committed. A lot of them were trying to play angles. I think when Newcastle and Z Stereo got very excited, to jump in and start that fight, there wasn't a lot of follow-up. I felt like that was the moment, and I felt like also, you know, once you hit one of those Kraber shots, maybe that's the moment too to follow up on something like that. It was unfortunate Z Stereo wasn't able to get any of the Kraber shots from the last 4 in the chamber. So that might have been a bit of an emotional kind of downturn for them, realizing there's a moment, hit that shot, we'll push. It just never came. And so maybe that was why it wasn't really working out for them. But it was Baguette ESL who would ultimately take the day, and they will be your winners in game number 4. I'm excited to see the standings when they are ready for who will be at the top of the leaderboard. Certainly, TXC cannot maintain their first place position now, girl.
Yeah. I don't think so, but we're about to find out. The missed Kraber shots definitely were frustrating. I'm sure as a player, hey, like you miss 1, you miss 2, but if you miss them all up until your last shot, once the shots are all gone and you're emptied out, then it's just like, man,
yeah,
darn. You know what I mean?
Darn.
And then Stereo went in by themselves and tanked way too much damage and didn't have kind of like the backup at the moment that they needed, right? The team wasn't all together. I would suggest next time having the Wraith kind of phase up and then Stereo ulting on their teammate forward, and that would give the Wraith a shield, that would put the team more together, and then the Valk could just kind of like fly up behind even. So definitely try and tighten up the loose ends, and they would do really good.
Game 4 standings coming to you right now. Here we go. What do we got? Who's on top? I have a feeling we know who. Baguette, ESL. They will take our 4th win. And it's just a matter of how far they have moved up into the standings. We absolutely love to see it. It's the first time we've had back-to-back winners. It's the first time we've had multiple winners. And so we are going to be very, very clearly aware that they will be on top. We'll show you that graphic when it's ready. No need to rush it, but we can keep talking a little bit about kind of why that Newcastle push maybe went awry. And, you know, we'll find out the information when we can show you that on screen. But I think it's really more about the fact that Newcastle might be showing how valuable this character is as an off tank, not necessarily a main tank. And what I mean by that is if you're familiar with hero shooters, it's a very similar kind of common thing. It's not the Reinhardt, so to speak, where you're actually going to be having the big shield and pushing forward where everyone's behind you. It's that tanky character on the side that doesn't really maybe do that much damage, but is annoying and you cannot get rid of and is hanging out and bothering you and making. If we don't get rid of this person like this, you know, I'm speaking Overwatch terms, but Barrack or something like that, if we don't get rid of this character, they're going to slowly but surely take us down. And I feel like maybe what Z-Stereo is doing is being such a strong initiator that there might have been a way for a Wraith to initiate, get in, get out, have Z-Stereo push Castle Wall onto the left-hand side while we're seeing Cheka maybe, return fire towards Obelix, who was low. He got hit several times. He had to shield battery several times. And I think maybe that's where I could even see it. Instead of a Caustic Gibraltar, maybe some teams going Caustic Newcastle or Newcastle Gibraltar in their lineup, because that's a lot to deal with, especially in a final circle.
Oh, absolutely. That's tough to break through and manage. Even if you get a knock, the revive potential. Newcastle with the passive shield, moving the teammate forward, the dome. Like, how do you really push through all of that defense? But the thing that they might be lacking is the micro rotations. Like, if you're going to play Valkyrie, then you have no micro rotation on your team. And that, if you guess the end zone wrong, your rotations are going to be incredibly hard, especially in a map as open as Stormpoint. So it's really fun to choose which legends are more beneficial to you, your play style, and the map. You got to think through it all.
You do. And even if you think through it all, there's going to be situations you didn't plan for. That's RNG, baby. That's what it's all about when it comes to Apex Legends and a Battle Royale. We have the information. I'm going to read it out to you because we're just going to do it quickly and get into our next game, because Game 5 is coming up and underway in just a moment. It is going to be Baguette ESL taking our first place position. Behind them will be TXC, Clippers, AXFF team in 4th. We'll see Scoobs in 5th. 6th will be Bled, 7th, Phasers, and 8 DPG. But let's just talk about the point differential. Baguette ESL is on 61 points. TXC in 2nd place is on 50. So an 11-point lead now for Baguette ESL after that win, girl. Clippers, 48 points. They were in our final circle yet again. Remember, they weren't able to be in that first game, so a pretty impressive performance from them. Your reactions to our top 3?
Well, honestly, TXC, I thought they had like a little bit of, a head start because they had the first team wipe, but Baguette coming in with 61 points is a bit surprising. Although they won, they ended up getting many kills in that. They had actually the same amount of elims as TXC, 21 elims. Wow.
Yeah, they're doing a really, really good job. I think overall this is a team that has put it all together. Placements, elims, they know when to fight, they know how to fight, and clearly that they're dominating these final circles. We're seeing our first Watson. If you had a chance to look at that one, there is a Watson. I believe it could be on the side of TXC or Clippers. I'm curious. Normally it goes towards the teams who are in the position of the points in terms of the order of that, but it may be different here. So I'm not going to make any guesstimates. I'm going to wait and see, but I believe we have Natalie Paquette entering the arena this time around. I wonder where she's been. Maybe fixing the fences and making sure the perimeter was nice and sturdy, like her father taught her to do back in the day.
All right, so we have a command center landing here with AXFF. They've been pretty consistent. I really like this team. I'd like to see them actually pull out the win here maybe today. We're gonna see where the zone pulls in a second once everybody's out of the drop ship, but most teams ended up deciding to land on the north end of the map besides 2 teams. One's going Shipfall, one's going Cenote Cave, and it should be clear for now. Nobody's gonna end up fighting, and if we get a beacon scan, then we'll really know. Where do you think it's gonna pull? Towards Cascade? Towards Stormcatcher?
I'd be surprised. You know what? If I was gonna go based on how the lobby's been, I would be towards Stormcatcher or Cascade, because we've kind of been having these super central zones. But typically, this map, more so than not, veers southeast. So I'm going to say maybe Launchpad this time around. It's not your most common ending, but it is definitely very common to have Shipfall, Gale Station, Fish Farms, Barometer, kind of southern zones dominating the Apex Legends competitive circuit when it comes to Storm Point. Sarah, when it comes to fragging out, knows exactly what to do. It's the Burst Prowler. Give me 5, but not in the fun way.
And Vito goes out first again. This team is just not having any luck on their side, so one of them's going to go down as Finn decides to chase. Now Finn's going to be the hero of this story, as Finn might end up picking up the last kill, and Finn does it with the alternator. So Jerry is out of here for now, and that's a team wipe, ladies and gentlemen. So 6 squads remaining, 18 players alive, and TXC doing what they do, going for the first kills in the lobby. But now they've got a little bit to catch up on, as the Baguette squad ended up 11 points above them. So see if they can pull off a win here, because I think that's really what they truly need, either a win or a high kill second place game. And there's a team above them. Oh my goodness, who is pushing TXC?
Somebody wants a fight. TXC are not afraid to it. And I'm about the way TXC are approaching this lobby. They have been willing to approach with a cautious aggressiveness. And Plastic John and Biohazard, AXFF team, no, they've got to turn up the heat. It has been too long that they've been sitting below a boil. They have got to get this water getting hot fast. And so they're going to step into it themselves. But have they bitten off more than they can chew here? Because the engagement is not going their way. They've already lost 1. TXC so comfortable in these fights. Finn getting aggressive. 1 PK shot will do it. Just repositioning for the sake of it, because he's got his teammates alive as well. And that's Biohazard down. Certainly, Last John will stay alive for only a few moments longer, and that'll be the end of AXFF. Well, I said it was going to be Game 4, girl, but clearly it was Game 5, where teams started to throw caution to the wind and start fighting recklessly, and that does not go the way of AXFF, although truly it was probably their last hope at making a big jump before the final game.
Yeah, that's true. This is going to give them, you know, helping them close the gap, which is really what they needed. AXFF is going to feel bad after that one, because they did have the upper hand, but they ended up getting kind of bamboozled by TXC. TXC were on the low ground. They pretended to run away. Then they took the zip line and the high ground above them. I mean, this is definitely a game to learn from, to say the least.
Well, if you said the most, what would you be saying? I'm kidding. No, we may not want to go into that direction, right?
No, we definitely don't.
Not with Girl. She's you know, Girl, sometimes you don't rein it in, you know? You could really let people have it, you know? And so I'm protecting you players from, you know, the analysis that could send you into paralysis there, you know, after hearing some of the some of the descriptive terms that Girl might be saying about your play. But, you know, you're the type of person I would also want to hear that from, because you've been in these moments so often. And I'm sure you've been in the frustrating side of it. And also, you know, the positive side where it's worked out for you.
Exactly. Like, I don't think I'm better than anyone, but I always think that from, you know, from each fight that you lose, there's a lesson learned. For me, for you, for anyone at any skill level, even pro players or the best players in this game make mistakes or lose team fights. So there's always some area of a fight that you can learn from. And that building that we just saw there has been camped in more times in this tournament than in my ranked games at the highest level.
You know, you're telling a half-truth because I know you haven't only played 6 ranked games. How about more like 6,000? Because there's no way this could even out the amount of time that you're putting into this one. But it's true, there's been a lot of camping play, and that's been the transition these teams have had to make. For those curious about the setup for today, we are all on PlayStation 4. It is an all PlayStation tournament. This is a PlayStation tournament, Apex Legends Masters Circuit. I know from those from a UI perspective, I've seen some comments about the fact that there's Q, Z, and some computers as far as visuals there. That's because of our observers. And so we have a little bit of a difference there, but be assured, it is a PlayStation tournament. All of these players are on controller, and it is a rare feat because, girl, we didn't get too much into this, but typically there's a role for controller players in the greater ecosystem of Apex Legends competitive, to where you almost have to have one on the team. You would say, because of how valuable kind of the fragger role is and how effective it can be with a controller player. We've seen people like snipe down and just incredible kind of moments that they've been able to bring, lethality when they get onto those legends. But it's been 1. It hasn't been 2. It hasn't been 3. The 3 has been, let's talk about a G2. Wow, how are they doing it? We've been talking about players like, it's a rarity to see a full team on controller. Not today.
Yeah, no, it's really true. I've heard a lot from people that, you know, as a mouse and keyboard player, you're not as consistent when it comes to damage output in each fight. So sometimes you might whiff, whereas controller players, they're not used to whiffing their shots. They're used to like outputting a certain amount of damage. You don't see them dying in a straight 3v3 fight for free, like without doing more than 20 damage. With mouse and keyboard players, if they hold a PK, they might only do like 30 damage when
9.
they're choking, or 9, and that's exactly. Like you might choke, you might get nervous, but most controller players, these PlayStation players, you know what kind of damage they're going to do because, they have a little bit of aim assist, and that comes in a factor when it comes to your damage output. But I have actually tried to solo to Masters with controller myself.
Wow.
Yeah, I have, but I ended up, I only made it to like Diamond 3, Diamond 2.
So incredible.
Yes, so the close range fighting was really easy for me. Not really easy, actually. It was a huge struggle. But what was the bigger struggle was the long range fighting. So when you see these PlayStation players shoot at a long range with R31, with a long bow, with a wingman, whatever they're using, anywhere between mid to long range, you know that they've played the game a tremendous amount, because it is not easy to play controller. I'm gonna say this one more time for the viewers out there that don't understand. Controller is not easy. There's so many struggles, like looting boxes. You got to learn how to loot boxes quick. You got to learn, like, you can't reload behind your teammate's knockdown, which a lot of ALGS players, that's a strategy, right? In the end, they reload behind their teammate's knockdown shield. They heal behind their teammate's knockdown shield. As a controller player, you accidentally revive when you're trying to reload, or you accidentally open a door. So there's a lot of struggles that these controllers, and it's kind of like, you can't compare the two and be like, okay, this one's better or this one's better. It's kind of like, what are you better at? If you're a really good controller player, be a really good controller player. If you're a really good mouse and keyboard, be a really good mouse and keyboard player. But we've seen people make the change, some from mouse and keyboard to controller, some from controller to mouse and keyboard, but it's really what you're comfortable with at the end of the day and what you're happy with. Yeah.
You know, I'm thinking of a new segment called Controller Player Struggles by Girl, where you give us the lowdown of things we wouldn't have thought as any other type of input as to what controller players have to go through, because I have not been willing to take on the incredibly difficult task of mastering Apex Legends on a controller after I switched from playing with that input for, you know, a few years now, and it just was not what I started on. It's such a hard game to learn in any input that to do it over again, kudos to you to do it and then get that far in ranked. But also, it's something that we should talk about and almost come to celebrate the differences of that. There are things that are easier on one, there are things that are easier on the other, but each have their struggles and challenges that we have to appreciate, that every player has to find a way to deal with. And yes, to each their own for sure. We know to each their own in this lobby have all chosen PlayStation, and that's why we're here on PlayStation Tournaments for our Apex Legends Master Circuit. We are in Game 5. It is round 2, and there has been considerably less action in this second, third round than we've seen over the course of the last few games. We've seen early action. We saw AXFF, a team sitting in 4th place, push themselves up, or attempted to push themselves up into the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st spot by challenging the 2nd place team, but it did not work out in their favor. They are out of the lobby, and now it seems like everything else has settled for now. But this is definitely the calm before the storm, as we've got eyes on where our circle's going to be. And did it end up being that central circle that we thought?
Command center. So in between the two that we were talking about. So we were talking about Cascade and Stormcatcher, I believe. And it ended up even pulling a little bit north, but still center, still more center in the map, right? It's just in between the two. So I think this is ending very middle, so you can see kind of like this circle on the word command. It might end just right there in that center circle. Yep, right there. Look it just that. Yeah, and then it'll just go one more circle and then it'll close. So it's nice to oh, nobody's actually in that center circle yet, but we will see some teams rotate. Oh, this is our Watson. Yep. Love the Watson. Torby on the gold armor. I think they're all checking their maps right now. Look at them pinging, figuring out what they want to do. We're going to pick up our little poles and run along this mountain, try and get ourselves a good spot. Having a Watson in command center is actually really beneficial. I play Watson in this rank split a lot, actually.
Right.
And in command center, there's a lot of doorways that you can just block off with fences. So if they can get an early rotation or fast rotation, it'd be really beneficial for their team.
Trying to mastermind the defenses with the Watson fences. Just my mind going to James Bardoff saying Watson fences 9 times. Watson, the fences, man. Watson fences. And just the incredible amount of focus that he takes away from me doing that. I just think it is interesting to see that combination of the Gibraltar and the Loba and the Watson. But in many ways, they kind of pair very nicely together. The Loba giving you everything that you need to stay put, and the Gibraltar and the Watson helping you to stay put safely. So there's a lot of value in not only this composition together, but I think the late game Loba, something is a very underrated legend despite performing really well statistically whenever she's included in these lobbies.
Yeah, it really takes guts to play Loba just because of the fact that, you know, you're taking one legend slot that could be a Gibby or could be a Watson or could be a Caustic, right? It could be like a really defensive legend. But low, but like you said, works really well in the late game. And the reason why is because you're never gonna run out of ammo. Once people start dying around you, you're gonna be able to get anything you want: ammo, shields, and shield swaps. Especially, I've seen it on World's Edge in the past. Oh my god, I just the animation's so cool, man. But yeah, like getting those like red armors in the end, you know, could be a game changer. As you said, the 75 HP difference on the team could be the difference between losing and winning.
Well, we've got 5 squads still. After an entire round, no one has fought each other quite yet. And I think that is saying that the tension has raised to the next level. We are in our 5th of 6 games in EU. See Stereo bringing the new castle out, and with much success today. We saw a castle wall that maybe Cheka and Jazz weren't on the same page about. And a couple of Kraber shots that didn't quite land, but it was still a good effort. I think there was good positioning and intention behind it. I'm sure they wish they had that one back. They might have a chance to do so here too, as looks like a crypto drone nearby, a skyward dive, not to take the team, but just to scout. I think that's something interesting too. You know, you don't have to go anywhere sometimes to use that skyward dive. You just chill out, get some info, come right back to the squad. Taylor, what'd you see?
They scanned them, didn't they? Yeah, I think they know that they're there because Obelix is looking exactly in that direction, and I think popped one of the caustic traps that were there. There's one thing that we haven't talked about yet today. Ooh la la. Okay, the Arc Stars are coming through. A push might ensue here. Scoobs. Dundee. Okay, playing it safe, but how are they gonna push off of that damage is the question. Are they gonna... Oh, Stefan, no.
Uh-oh.
30 HP. This is not good. Okay, so they've got angles. Is this Taylor? Oh my goodness, Taylor's always finding those angles, but Stefan ends up healing up here.
Color Bucket on the Mirage for most of the games this day is now switched over to the Horizon and uses the Black Hole to buy space and time for hopefully an angle that Stefan can just heal back up. They've done so, but they're not out of the issue yet because underneath them there is a very, very eager Clippers team who want the kill, but it seems like maybe they're also aware there's a team called TXC who might be approaching to get involved in this fight if they full commit. So now there's the threat of another intruding, and that has almost bought enough time for Color Bucket and the squad to get out of the trees and rotate away. Oh no, they're going in.
It really opened up the space for them, right? So having multiple teams around, it makes these teams feel a little unsafe, and Taylor might not be in the greatest position, but actually, look at Taylor doing what Taylor does. 170 damage with the spray with the R31.
But not down, and that's the problem. No downs, and you know they're going to push once that happens. And you probably know TXC on the other side is waiting for the down. They're looking in the kill feed. Is someone going to fall? Once that happens, I would expect to see TXC push in from the backside, and maybe Taylor isn't aware of that. Defensive bombardment coming through. The Crypto EMP, there it is. Look, here it is right here, trying to basically find the corner. I love this decision because they can basically keep everyone in front of them. And Taylor knows that, but TXC Finn is involved. They heard the down, they saw it. Sarah is getting involved too. This is not what you want to see if you're a Baguette ESL, trying to hold back the onslaught of bullets raining down from above and ultimates being thrown at you from the sky. Baguette finds one. Taylor, can she do the unthinkable? Raymond, TXC, if they've bitten off more than they could chew, Finn is down. And now Taylor goes over to the other squad. She finds Headshot Dundee to take the kill there, and Raymond is getting revived back up. This is pure mayhem and chaos in Apex Legends, but we love to see it.
Yeah, Taylor ended up getting so many really good angles, but then got caught out of position. I guess Jazz ended up getting that knock. Color trying to get the revive, but not able to. Are we going back into the zone? Oh, we found a little corner that we can hide inside. And oh my goodness, here we go. The Crypto EMP comes out. We're trying to get the revive on Taylor, but are we getting pushed? There's nades coming through. The nades are not connecting, though. This is a gold bag res, too. That's a very big clutch res here.
That's huge because, of course, she gets back into the action without having to heal, even though they desperately want to. Still 3 teams started this engagement. 3 teams still alive. What is going on here? Taylor takes one, and he goes down. They go down, and Color Bucket and Headshot Dundee still holding down these angles in the back, and somehow they are not the ones being focused, and it's Baguette, ESL, who are unfortunately the meat in this sandwich of a fight. Though their name is Baguette, it's not where you want to be in this situation. ESL having to do a lot of work there. The black coal from the horizon. Pere on the crypto, looking like he could be the last one left surviving for his squad because Obelix is running so low on health, but has a full shield, maybe 150 to the name in general. That's going to clean up one. That is one team down. Obelix and Pere, though, don't have much time to move because TXC applied the pressure, and now they're gatekeeping Baguette ESL from pushing in.
Yep, and that's Raymond just gatekeeping and doing the work that needs to be done because they won't be able to get... Oh, did they find their way into the zone? Is TXC not killing the duo here? They're shooting at their feet. They're going to be able to do the damage. They almost get the crack. They get the crack. They get the knock on Perry.
That's it.
And Obelix, and that's it. And no, there's another 3v3 situation here. The fight is not over. TXC, they knocked one. They need to knock 2 more. They do the damage. They're pushing through with the damage. They're committing full into this fight, but Finn takes enough damage. We might need to go for the shield battery here and kind of recover. There's still 3 squads remaining. We don't want to be caught out. We do not want to be caught out, and that's what Raymond has done. Got caught out, got thirsted, and now we're left as a duo. So there's 2 duos, I believe. Maybe 3 duos.
And you can tell there's just so much value coming in from these players and the way that they like to play this game aggressively. There are so many good names involved, too. You can see it's Clippers, Jazz, Jacob. They lost Easterio. That was Sarah, who clutched up earlier in Game 2, bringing the clutch here in Game 5 to try to continue their route to first place. They are behind by about 11 points, but the team that is in front of them has been down, taken out by the hand of TXC in that earlier engagement. And so they will continue to have a chance to maybe usurp them and head into our final game with an advantage. But the Kraber in the hands, yet again, of Clippers. What is it about this team, whether it's Easterio or Cheka, that has a Kraber in their hands in the late game? Can they find more value than they did before, though? It's a difficult shot. It's not impossible. But are they going to take it? Oh, and they clip the edge of the pill. It's not enough, but the reload is safe. And she goes for one more, girl. This shot could change it all because it's going to determine who's going to biggest and this is definitely their most biggest competition right here, TXC on the other side.
Yeah, Cheka is having a really good angle, and they might be the 3rd team to enter this fight as the other 2 teams have to move before them. So Cheka has a really good angle. It's just got to be real patient here and make sure that they don't get pushed off the left. They're only focused on the right now, which could leave them at a disadvantage from the left side. But nope, the Kraber shot misses. Sarah has to hit these shots, but no, Sarah goes down. Fluffy takes Sarah down. Now Finn's the last one left on TXC here. Is Finn going to survive with the phase? No, Finn gets caught out. 20 HP left to Finn's name. Finn is down. It's the last 2 squads remaining. Clippers going in, hitting on Flesh. We gotta push off this Cheka. Here we go, ending to do this with the win. 301, let's go. They finish it off. They finished the last 2 squads, and Clippers, they are gonna catch up on our leaderboards today in this PlayStation tournament, and it's exciting. It's incredible.
Wow, Clippers come through, only 2 points behind TXC. They win the fight. They're in their 3rd final circle in a row, and this time they are your number 1. This is a comeback if I've ever seen it. This team wasn't even in the first game, and they are now almost leading this lobby, and we have 1 more game to go. What a moment from Clippers, and the Kraber in hand doing nothing but almost everything because the pressure just tilts their way, and they find a way to get it done.
Yep, they forced the other 2 teams to fight beforehand. They ended up getting the angles that they needed, sweep the last 2 squads, and picked up a few kill points to go with it, right? And they had a great position. So here we are with the replays, and this is Finn in the beginning. TXC missing a couple PK shots, but has the teammates to finish off the job, which is what you love in a team. They've always got your back.
I call it the high 5. 3 bursts for the Hemlock, 5 bursts for the Prowler. Sarah was given a lot of high 5s today in this game with that loadout. Didn't end up taking her all the way to first, but bounce to that conversation after we look at this, because this is really what started it all. It was mayhem outside. It was Baguette, ESL, TXC holding on to it, and Scoobs, who were playing that backside so well and so, I'm sure, annoyingly to the likes of Baguette, ESL, who were just trying to get inside, and eventually they would. It was a really solid effort to deal with all of these teams. It just is a testament to how well Baguette ESL has been playing today to deal with a situation like that and to make it inside, although the pressure would be too much to fight, as TXC would close them out and they would face their next threats girl, and of course, the winners ultimately of our game, Clippers.
Yeah, Finn did a really good job staying alive here inside the command center, but it is kind of like Raymond may have been a little bit too aggressive. It's great to have confidence, but it's not great to die and leave your team in a 2v2 situation. And here we see Sarah going down, leaving Finn all alone. So they secured that third place, though, which isn't bad indeed. They secured themselves 7 points, at least with the placement that they've got. And then Clippers comes in and sweeps the ending. So we've got a few different winners in all of our games, and we only got one game left to go. So TXC won our game number 1. Clippers won our game number 2. Baguette coming with the back-to-back 3 and 4. And then Clippers getting their second win of the day.
As a Lakers fan, this hurts me, okay? Because in the NBA, girl, and for those who don't watch, Clippers and the Lakers are in LA. They're both LA teams, and they're kind of bitter rivals. But, you know, I got to put my Clippers hate aside right now, because in Apex, I'm a big fan. Baguette ESL still finds a way to get to the top and stay at the top, and I think they deserved it. The way that they managed almost an impossible situation to make the most of it is why they've clawed their way up 5, now 6 points ahead of their contest competitors. TXC, though, only 5 points away. Clippers, 6, respectively. I love what I'm looking at here, though, with the attempts from Bled and from Scoobs. These two teams, Color Bucket, Headshot Dundee, and of course, Torby, Irby, Fluffy, they were involved in that final circle and that final play in a very big way. And they kind of almost helped guide the narrative of whether TXC, Clippers, or Baguette were going to come out on top. So these teams may not have had the best day overall, but they're certainly here to play and making a big impact in our tournament.
They're kind of like our little nemesis, enemy, rivals type thing.
Yeah.
that we're seeing in this Battle Royale, because Perry and Obelix ended up clutching it out on Scoobs there in the 2v2 outside of Command Center, and that gave them the kill points, and that secured them extra placement points, and it kind of distracted them from getting inside Command Center and maybe inside to get a better position, because they had to play outside. And they had to play outside for so long because they were in the biggest fight ever. I feel like that was a very long chapter of some good gameplay.
That's like a book that, you know, you start reading the chapter and you're like, one more chapter before bed. And you're like 30 minutes later, like, my God, how much longer is this thing? We've all had books like that, you know, where you're like, I was just read one chapter. It's like, what is this chapter? I think that's how Baguette ESL kind of felt. And I know that it was fun, though. It was fun for us. If you guys want to see more of this action and you want to be involved in it, there's really no better place to go than compete.playstation.com. The reason is that's where these players came from. They signed up on compete.playstation.com, had a chance to qualify, and are here on broadcast. That could be you if only you check out our website for all our PlayStation tournaments, and for this, of course, this Apex Legends Master Circuit Slay Day number 1. We've got 4 Slay Days total and a grand finals, so there's a lot of action to play with. Also, check out our FGC Arcade Summer Series, where you can play your high-level fighting games, and you can win cash prizes and join competitions as well. Games like Tekken, we mentioned Girls Street Fighter, Journey, and Story, Dragon Ball Fighters, and much, much more. Check that out all on compete.playstation.com. All right, so we are basically now getting ready for Game 6, and we have had the perfect setup for a final game that essentially means a winner could probably take all. I mean, at the end of the day, if you win this one, it's only a 6-point difference, between first, second, and third. And you would ultimately say if Baguette ESL win, it's pretty much a wrap that they're going to win this tournament. If TXC win, if even Clippers win, Well, Baguette ESL probably has to go out a little early and not get any KP, and TXC and Clippers have to have a really strong game. So the conversations start to be a little bit more complicated in that range. But for those of you who have been watching, you are now here at the last, and we are excited to be there with you. Game 6 of our PlayStation Tournaments EU coming up right now. Any changes?
Rampart.
To Baguette, we're seeing a little Rampart.
In Team Bled.
Bled. Torby, Fluffy, Irby, they have been shifting it up, haven't they? Clippers sticking with the Wraith. Z-Stereo on that Newcastle, and the Valkyrie as well for Jazz. So tried and true, why not? You just won last game. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
True. Very true. You can kind of play around, but do that in ranked. If it ain't broke, don't fix it in this tournament, because it's the last game, and play what you're comfortable with.
That's right.
All right, we're going to be flying down. Are we going to get any contests here? Baguette ESL, nobody seems to be contesting them as they drop through the ship. There has been some contests a little bit north on this zone. We see Color Bucket. I think they're going Barometer or Shipfall again. Wow, look at Z Stereo. Look at where they're landing. Look at how they're taking Cascade Falls and the Wall. They might as well do the Armory as well. They could take Notepad if they wanted to in Checkpoint, but we won't talk about that. Now what's going on over here? Are these two teams chasing each other in the air? Do you see what I'm seeing, blue and pink?
Yeah, it seems like that's the way that this game has gone. I believe this should be TXC and
AXFF?
AXFF, if I'm not mistaken. And so we have seen a lot of this. TXC has been willing to chase and attack early for early KP. And this has been a difference. I mean, it's why they're actually ahead of Clippers. It's why they're ahead. They're only 5 points away. They get these early 3 KP, but they risk it all. And AXFF, this is a team who's got nothing to lose. Obviously, climbing into 3rd and 2nd place means more money. That's a better finish for them from a prestige perspective. But TXC is fighting for the win. So at this point, I can agree with doing what you've done prior, but it's a little risky, because if you go out now, you're basically guaranteeing you will not win this tournament.
That's very true. There's a lot of pressure here on this last game. This is kind of where you got to play a little bit safer. Raymond isn't going to drop, but using the triple take, which Raymond has had in the 2nd game as well. Oh, this is a duo again. Sarah and Raymond. Raymond connecting all the shots. They're in that dome. They've got to move together so they don't get targeted. The triple take has been reloaded and charged up, but we're missing 1 shot. We're hitting 1 more shot for 11, but we've taken a lot of damage. So Sarah's going to be on her own here inside, and this is going to put a lot of pressure on her as she gets shot. She gets cracked. She's going to heal up. She only has 3 cells left to her name, so she can't get more than full HP, so she's going to aggress on this. She does 72 damage, but she has to reload or change her gun. She does switch the car, but now she's out of ammo almost. She's getting pushed down to 50 HP, but can Big John get some help, please? Can Big John get some help? Why are you guys fighting so separately?
Big John reminds me of Robin Hood Men in Tights, more like Little John in that moment. Even though Little John in that movie was actually big. And the irony is not lost on me here, as the Big John here actually very little in this moment, because he had very little help from his teammates. Where are they? Sarah knows it, but she's 1v3'd plenty of time. This is just disaster for TXC. After such a strong performance from them, to risk it all yet again in a moment like this, it seems like they don't even have 1 player in the lobby. This is just tough. So a journey that is starting equal to the epic sagas and fantasies that we have definitely read and seen over the courses of our lives. That will be something they have to complete in order to actually win this game, because they're already 6 points down, 5 points down, but to do it now with 2, and it's just tough. It's looking tough with how well Baguette ESL and Clippers are playing in these last few games.
But we've seen them do it before where they've made, you know, the top 4, top 5 position, I believe, north of Thunderwise. So we could see them do it again where they can get a recovery. Sarah might not be clutching now, but she might be clutching later. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that as she goes for a revive. She's going to get the revive on this no-name area. They're not going to get the best loot, but I don't believe Cascade was looted, or it may have been slightly looted, but we're definitely going to find some leftovers throughout the map, so it's not all over yet. We have 6 squads left, and Baguette ESL are looking strong. Look at that, purple, gold, and blue. They're doing the spiders now. There isn't a team too close to them. The closest team is Barometer, and they don't have far of a rotation to go. So this could be their game, you know? We might see another win from them.
It would be great to see it. But it may not happen. There's a lot of teams vying for this. And a lot of things can go wrong early. As you know, in Apex Legends, it's not always a guaranteed game that you're walking into. A lot of variables. And Scoobs knows that as well. I've liked the way that they've been playing lately. As a unit, really difficult to deal with in those final late game circles. We saw King Stefan, Color Bucket, Head Shoot, Dundee make a real good effort at getting into that building behind Baguette, ESL, and TXC. But it was just too much weight to bear. Still, good performance to keep in mind. And as much as you guys know, there is a qualification for this tournament for our grand finals, top 10. These teams will all be in it if that stays as is. It's still great to kind of get some good games to finish on and build off of that momentum versus kind of utter calamity and going back to the drawing board, you know, in the grand finals when you've never had anything work well. I think they've kind of picked up their pace over the course of these games, girl.
They definitely have. So we're definitely going to remember each and every one of these players as time goes on and we see them in the seasonal finals. So that's really nice to be able to see them grow from now into you know, 4 weeks from now, right? So that's going to be really nice. There's one thing that we haven't touched on that I kind of want to bring up because of the play style that a lot of these players have is you constantly see them ratting in a corner or trying to, you know, catch a team off guard, right? And something that could work well against that we might see in the future, maybe in our finals, is a Seer.
A Seer?
Yeah.
Oh, talk to me about that, because I've been seeing a little bit of Seer more and more creeping up.
Yeah, so Seer's been played in the high Apex Predator ranked lobbies a lot. I think because there's such, you know, you lose so much RP when you die early or if you get ratted on or camped on, right? So people are playing Seer to make sure that their surroundings are safe, to make sure, and the thing is it's a great counter to people that are ratting because when they are ratting, they don't typically see what's around them. So if a Seer team knows that you're in this building, they'll get a bunch of angles on where you are, they'll pinpoint you down, they'll throw nades and corner you. So Seer's a great counter to kind of the slow, campy style gameplay, which we haven't seen here yet today, which I'm surprised that not one team has pulled out Seer, but we might see Seer in the future. And also the ultimate is great because you can pinpoint where people are running around as well. And Seer is a little bit difficult and can cancel heals as well. So very intricate and interesting character.
Really nice in terms of, I think, adding diversity to the Apex Legends roster. Seer brought in a lot of skills that we knew were going to be very strong, and it was at the height of Bloodhound's strength, I think, in the Apex Legends competitive meta. It was met with a lot of resistance in some ways and immediate nerfs. But in that regard, it got completely dismissed after those nerfs for other characters that were a little bit more translatable and viable without having to work too hard. And it does now raise the question, you know, was there a place for Seer? Did he really get nerfed that hard? Experimentation and time is really only going to tell. I don't know if I see Seer buffs in the future, but it would be great to see Seer finally have a moment at high level, because it didn't really get that chance, to be honest, before some heavy nerfs came.
Yeah, that's true. Seer did come out really strong out of the patch. So, before a tournament ever came out, because if there's too many Seers, you're going to see that ultimate spread out, you're going to see all these big circles and everybody with wall hacks, and it can get crazy and hectic sometimes, but really, I think the difficulty of Seer being overpowered was that Seer did damage while also being able to scan from like half a mile away. And I mean, it can't do damage, scan you, and
oh, so now I know what it
everything.
is. You're
yeah.
the one who complained and got Seer nerfed.
Oh,
now I know what it is.
Hold on, Rain.
Yeah.
I'm not a
Exposed.
complainer, okay? I go with the flow.
Exposed.
I go with the flow.
Yeah, the flow of complaining
admire and
about
appreciate
Seer.
what comes out in Apex Legends. Thank you very much.
Appreciating Seer nerfs is basically what you're saying. You know,
exactly. I mean, if it came out, it came out. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, maybe we'll table that conversation for, again, another talk show or something around Apex Legends and all the fun things we can see in these tournaments. I would love to see a Seer. I think we could see a Seer today in this type of environment. I think we could see it in maybe even North America. If anyone's watching in NA and you're playing in this tournament, throw a Seer out there. We're going to give you some love. We're going to talk a lot about you. So it's a, hey, like we did with my boy Color Bucket who played Mirage, we're going to have a chance to do that too. I always like to highlight the interesting and different choices because they are interesting and different. And it takes a risk sometimes, but there can be a big payoff to it. Kind of back to brass tacks of the environment of the game. We are in Game 6 still, and the leader of the lobby, Baguette ESL, the one who has to just play consistent and win in order to guarantee that they will take home first place and a spot in our grand finals. Currently in an engagement here. It's a little risky for them, but if they win, it's a big payoff because they've got a lot of high ground in this in-game circle. But so far, haven't found too much. And oh my God, Taylor is taking so much damage. Oh, that got a little scary. This could be trouble, and there's a defensive bombardment now. They're going to have to dome shield, and they're just going to have to drop. Instead of that, don't waste the shield. I like the play. Let's just get out of here. It was an unsuccessful attempt at sieging the team already on top of the beast.
But we will recover a drone here soon, so they might try and go up for an attempt number 2. I think other teams are rotating nearby, though. Oh, we're in the end zone. I didn't even notice we're in the end zone, so teams are going to be rotating, and if this fight takes a little too long, we are going to get third-partied, right? So we might want to play in the beast instead of above, but that's okay. Or we could choose a building to play in. This could end anywhere, honestly. It could end in front of the beast, or it could end to the side of the beast. I think that building right north of the respawn beacon right now on the map, I've seen it end there before, so that's a really good building to hold as well. But, you know, Baguette ESL, the most important thing is they stayed alive. Taylor took a lot of damage, but stayed alive, and that's important.
That is very important. You know, when you have an opportunity to make a play like that and doesn't go maybe right, at least it doesn't go wrong. That's a big part of playing Apex at a high level, making sure that even if you take a risk and things don't work out the way you hoped, they don't work out the way you didn't hope, which is your team ends and they have to spectate the rest of the lobby. So that is a fine line to try to walk across for most of these teams. AXFF have had minimal success in it. Right now, Last Thick John trying to find a couple of shots on the flat line onto the high ground of Shenka. This is Clippers that they're fighting against our number 3 team, who are in prime position with a win here to actually take the tournament as well. So a lot of implications to this fight going on, and you can see Baguette ESL on the far side of this engagement actually getting in and third-partying this. So this is Baguette ESL, the number 1 team, fighting against the number 3 team. And look at that, Z-Stereo out of there with Castle Wall saying, we are done. And now AXFF team and Baguette ESL have been kind of drawn into an engagement. this might have been a very nice disengage from the side of Z Stereo and squad to put the #1 team, the one they've got to beat, they've got to get down in order to win this tournament, into a precarious situation.
Taylor with the massive damage. Oh my goodness, actually gets the knock on Dave too.
Wow.
The 180 spray with the missile ended up securing the knock. Thick John trying to go in to secure that kill, but will Thick John get knocked in return? That's the question. I think Thick John is safe for now. Taylor taking angles. Taylor's okay. Popping some shield bats. There's 5 squads remaining, only 14 alive. Bio doesn't really care what's going on. Bio will shoot anything in their path. From what I've seen today, they've already gotten 2 kills under their belt. AXFF maybe trying to look for a skyward dive here, yes, and they do so because they do have to rotate and they do not want to get caught in the storm all the way out here with our first place teams. So we're gonna fly in. There's a lot of open area, so they should be able to find a safe spot. They're gonna go in the beast. It looks like they're going to the tummy of the beast, and they should be landing safely.
5 squads left. Round 3 just about to close. Plenty of ammo in the car for Biohazard, who has played pretty phenomenally today. Taken some really nice 1v1s and been aggressive when needing to be. Maybe more importantly, the Volt on the other side of things.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 3.
Underneath the down beast where this game looks like it's going to end, we have a team up on high ground. And we have a team in Baguette ESL who has tried to contest that high ground, now rotated away, forced AXFF team into where they were originally. And a skyward dive earlier on a team that I was paying attention to, which is Clippers, who were in that engagement briefly, made a very smart move to just abandon ship and not risk it. So with 5 still alive, the rotation and position games are being played to their highest level here.
And I don't know if we're gonna get a revive. We do have 1 duo left in this game, but I don't know if banners were recovered or if revive is available. But we'll have to wait and see as time goes on. Bio's, you know, the entry fragger on their team, right? Bio's always heading first. We see these Valkyries tend to come up here and try and poke on the top team. We don't see anyone else do that, and that's because Valkyrie can get away so quickly and back to their team. Bio did take 100 damage, so is gonna retreat. AXFF is holding the bottom for now. We've got the Volt. Oh, are we sneaking up here? Bio and Dave seem to have found their way up, but are they gonna get shot in the head as they go up? They do lots of damage. Take down Stefan. That's 1. Can they take down 2? They have 1 at 20 HP, and that's Dundee. Dundee's gonna go down as well. And 1 last one. Here we go with the 1 clip, the beams, and what it is what it is. 164. We've got the kill leaders on AXFF. That was a good push by them.
What a play, too, to take down Scoobs as well. But you're right, AXFF team getting pushed. And it's by Baguette ESL, the one team that's leading this lobby that they did not want to see, and they've lost Thick John. And now it's Last Dave and Biohazard to try to hold against 3. Biohazard just looking to get out of there. 1 bullet will do it. Last Dave left alone. And they split. So maybe this will give them a chance not to be chased individually, or at least leave 1 to survive for that moment. That opportunity. It's really Baguette ESL who had so much to lose there, because AXFF in that situation are not fighting for first place. It's Baguette ESL, and they've just added another kill to their tally, extending their lead.
And they won't be able to recover a banner, not if Baguette ESL has something to do with it, because they're not going to give up this high ground, which is clearly a great spot to play. They might jump down for that care package and potentially get trapped down there if they do. We're going to see the zone pull. We're going to see the zone ending here soon. I wonder if it's going to be a heal-off type zone end. Take a look. Oh, no. It's pulling up a little bit in the water, potentially.
That's going to be interesting. How would you play this? I mean, I like the high ground on this, but I also don't like it because it's real susceptible. You're going to have to move in. And so maybe someplace behind that big canteen there's an opportunity to kind of stick in your position, shoot those who are approaching, and use the open space to your advantage. Oh, whoa. What do we have here? A little Kraber maybe, a little Mastiff in the care package for last save and Biohazard. There's chances all around to somehow find the extra advantage. It was a player too that was sitting there. That's Stereo. That's just one. It was not a full kill. It was a down. My goodness, how did that happen? Jazz, in the corner is also hiding, knowing that Jazz, whoever has to pull off the miracle here, girl, to find a way to win for Clippers, because that is one player needing to basically finish off this lobby on top.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like they have a respawn beacon either, so they just went from a duo to a solo, which isn't great. I agree with you, though. I think Baguette ESL would do much better on the low ground rather than these crab legs that they don't have much to play on. But we'll see what they end up deciding to do. We still got Irby, Torby, Fluffy still in this game. Could be a real threat to them.
Jazz.
Oh, did Jazz go down? Oh,
right there.
Jazz is, just got... Sorry, Jazz. Bye, Jazz.
And I think that might secure it, at least preemptively, of course, for Taylor, Obelix, and Pere Terranez for their contribution to today at Baguette ESL to have won EU. It is not over, though, and we don't know the points, but you can almost certainly say this should wrap it up for them, as TXC and now Clippers, who are the only two teams in contention, about 6 and 5 points behind them, are now out of it, and it's back at ESL's time to try to push the envelope. Biohazard on AXFF, using the Valkyrie to rotate around and see if she can find a couple of shots with the Bolt, and Taylor doing a great job just standing still, and that's sometimes the way to do it. The Valkyrie running away could be a sign that things aren't going so well, and so she needs to avoid a lot of bullets, and I think that's coming the way of Baguette ESL. They're on the crab legs, but now on the lower ones, and they're certainly dishing out the pain with this R301. It is just one squad left. It is just one team in the way of Baguette ESL closing out what has been a fantastic tournament today as the champion of your EU Apex Legends PlayStation Master Circuit Slay Day 1. And I would say almost guaranteed they will be lifting the trophy.
Absolutely. What a day it was, Taylor. It's kind of the star there, the entry fragger, the amazing line of sight that they had on all of these players, and the tracking. The tracking has been great. Like you said, who cares if you stand still if you can hit all of your shots and just absolutely beat the opponent into a little pulp there, a little fresh orange juice for the morning. So they ended up winning that, and we'll have our standings. And I think, just like you, there's no way that they lost this, right?
I mean, listen, I've been very surprised about a lot of things in my life, so I wouldn't put it past some random situation to surprise me yet again. But I don't think this one is going to surprise me. And data typically does what it's supposed to do here. So that's what is giving me the confidence to say that, but we will wait and see officially, and you guys should wait around in the chat to check it out. It was a great game for Baguette ESL from the very beginning. They were in control, girl.
They were, and look, Taylor was 10 HP in that clip right there. If Taylor went down, things could have turned into something completely different, a different outcome for this entire series, but they stayed confident. It does not matter as long as you stay alive and you're able to get some kills here. Stefan going down, Dundee going down. Very nice push from AXFF. But I think while they were looting, they kind of got ambushed there. Here we are with Stereo. Kind of separated. They were a duo. Maybe they could have pulled off this 2v2 here, looking back at it. But hey, as spectators, it's a lot different than actually playing the game, because you don't see what we see, right? while you're playing in Baguette ESL. Look at this tracking. I just want to commend this tracking throughout this whole tournament series. Can't wait to see them participate in our next one, or at least in our finals, because they are truly an incredible team. Baguette ESL with the triple wins of the day. Game 3, 4, and 6. What to take away.
How could you not say that this team was the dominant team? The only thing I would have said is, man, it would have been great to see if Clippers had made it into every single game, because that might have been a difference maker to put them only a point or two away, even if Baguette ESL won this one. But we have our standings ready for you all. Our winners today by 17 points. In first place, Baguette ESL, Obelix, Perry, Terranez, and Taylor. The track gods have found their way to the top, not only in placement points, which they outranked their competitors by 10 points, but in eliminations, which they outranked by 1 point over TXC. It was an overall performance on all different levels. Shout outs to them. Clippers, TXC coming in second and third respectively, followed by AXFF team, Bled, Scoobs, Phasers, and DPG down at the bottom. But shout outs to Baguette ESL for the win.
Yes, and everyone's made a spot. Schedule is coming up next, but everyone's made a spot into our finals here. We've got Mortal Kombat Ultimate FGC Arcade June 10th at 9 a.m. PT. We've got Call of Duty Vanguard Open Series Invitational June 17th at 9 a.m. PT. And we've got Rainbow Six Siege with our monthly final at June 18th, 9 a.m. PT. So make sure you tune in. You go to compete.playstation.com to participate in these types of events as well. There's so many more on the website, so make sure to tune in. Tell your friends, tell your family, get them on there, get them signed up to compete, because the more the merrier, the more people that can enjoy watching and the more people that can compete with us. So be sure to get on there.
Compete.playstation.com. That's all you need to remember. Check out everything PlayStation Tournaments. Like Girl said, we got a great schedule of upcoming games and tournaments to compete in, win prizes in, and for you to watch, whether it's at home, whether it's somewhere fun, whether it's on your phone, out on the go, or whether it's at your studio like us, where we're actually putting these broadcasts on. This is the end, though, unfortunately, for those who are EU fans, but it is the beginning of something else. It is NA coming up soon for our PlayStation Tournaments Apex Legends Master Circuit Slay Day #1. We have got North America representing. We will have new lobby numbers. We will have new lineups. We will have new legends, new players, new stories, and more fun as usual. All coming up at 2:30 PST, North America PST time. So on the West Coast, we will see you guys very, very shortly. As always, never give up. Never stop gaming. See you in a bit.
Calling all fighters. The PlayStation Tournament's FGC Arcade is back with the Summer Community Series starting this June.
Let battle commence.
Get ready for 6 weeks of scorching competition and awesome prizes across your favorite fighting games. Sign up in-game on your PS4 console or on the competition center at compete.playstation.com for your chance to win cash prizes and a round-trip ticket and competitor pass to EVO 2022. Think you're up for the challenge?